Hello and welcome! In this tutorial, we will be making your first shooter game. We will define what makes a good shooter game by listing each core aspect of it. Then, we will develop the character mechanics using blueprints. We will also create the goals and objectives of the game by learning the basics of the gameplay framework. And lastly, we will build the map that we're gonna use for our game using the tools inside Unreal Engine. And well, as a bonus, we will develop a simple artificial intelligence of a patrolling guard. There is no previous knowledge required, but feeling comfortable with the engine interface is desired. And before I forget, if you want to support us in any way, be sure to check out our store. We have a lot of cool stuff like a free blueprints course, another to model a castle inside Unreal, and our marketplace assets that were made with care and effort. If you want to learn more, you can consider becoming a member of our channel where you will get exclusive tutorials that can take your game development skills to the next level. So let's start by defining what makes a good shooter game. First, we have the navigation. It should be really easy to navigate the map. Otherwise, and let me finish writing this, otherwise the shooter becomes a hassle. Getting from point A to point B, just shooting stuff gets really boring really fast. In this same topic, a lot of games have opted for not only ease of navigation. For example, if you have a ledge, you can climb on it, you can get behind cover and also jump over the cover, but also they add some interesting movement. And by interesting movement, some games add a double jump. Some other games wall running. So there are a lot of room to explore the type of game, the type of shooter that you want to create. Another important aspect of the shooter is the AI. It should be reactive, or well, it's also called responsive. These are the main obstacles of any shooter. You need to shoot something, you need to shoot an enemy, and making it them act lifelike, even if it's just fake. For example, there are a lot of games where the AI just yells, "Oh, let's flank him. Let's go to the back." They really are not reasoning that it can also be just a voice line that gets played at any time, but it makes you believe that they are trying to come up with a strategy to beat you. So having a reactive responsive AI is a good idea in a shooter. Hand in hand with the ease of navigation, well, you need to have a good map design, a good level design. Otherwise, if the map is not interesting, or maybe it's too blocky, maybe it's too square, or maybe it's just a corridor with nothing much to do, it becomes a walking simulator. And we really don't want that. We need to put some thought behind the map design or the level design. And well, the last thing a good shooter should have is, a little bit of this. Unpredictability. This can come in many forms. The fact that you are doing the same thing over and over again, maybe just shooting enemies and they die, can also become boring. So and the unpredictability can come maybe if you do a headshot, the enemy explodes. Or if you hit a weak point, it explodes. Maybe you throw a grenade, sometimes it explodes faster. Or maybe the enemy can act also in an unpredictable way. Maybe you're expecting it to come from the flank, but they just come running forward. So some little aspect of unpredictability can go a long way for any type of shooter. What we're gonna develop in this tutorial is a game where the objective is to reach an extraction point after recovering a piece of intel. So the flow of the game should look something like this. We will start at point A, where here we are with our gun. Inside the map, we should be able to look around and try to find this piece of intel. I will draw it as a chest, as a badly drawn chest. After we pick up this objective, then we need to go to the extraction point at the B zone. So after finding it, getting here at the extraction point with the intel that we want should satisfy my objective. Along the way, we will be able to add some obstacles, and those obstacles can come in the form of the map design, some platforming could be involved, or in the form of an AI enemy. With the objective clear of this course, we can now begin developing. In this section, we will develop the character mechanics using blueprints. We will be developing the character first because it will be easier to create a map that show off the character abilities. We're doing it this way so it doesn't happen that we create maybe a map where my character is here and the ledge is too big and I can't access this because I didn't know how the character will behave. And an error like this will make me change the height of this part of the map and for everything else that was here at the side. So I would need to recreate a lot of stuff for errors like this. So that's why we're doing it this way. Now, in order to do it, we need to have a few concepts very clear, and let me select this like this and move the whiteboard around here. So what we need to use is the 3 C's. These C's are character, controls, and camera. And they are responsible of the initial experience that the player will get whenever it plays the game for the first time. And you can't get a second chance for a first impression, so it's very important to get these 3 items very good, feeling great. And it will allow for the player to enter a flow state while playing your game. If your character, maybe you're creating a fast-paced shooter, but the controls have too much delay, then it will feel terrible. And the player will always be questioning why the controls are like that. So the character is the thing that will represent the player. The controls could be how will the player move. Maybe it's the keys WASD. and the camera is what the player will see. So a poor positioned camera will also be impacting negatively my game, because it won't show my player whatever it needs to see. And well, we will talk a lot more of this during development, but the key concepts to take from here are feedback. Whoops. And this is basically you do something and something reacts. For example, if I throw a rock into the water, I'm probably hoping that it will splash, right? Or make some ripples. If it doesn't splash, then it will feel a little bit empty. So stuff like that, it's what we mean by feedback. The other one is responsiveness. The example that I did with the controls. If I press, I don't know, the W key, and I have a delay of maybe 0.5 seconds, I will not get too much precise movement out of it, and it will generate a lot of negative feeling in the player. So we need to be very responsive. It's basically how fast is the reaction of the action that you just did. If this splash went not immediately, then it will feel a lot weird. And the other concept will be the button mapping. And you are welcome to try any type of mapping. Maybe you don't want to move around with BW, with WASD, with WASD. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, but you need to match two things. One is whatever feels best, and the other is what makes more sense to the player. So if I'm telling the player that my game is a shooter, it will probably expect for the character to move with WASD, and probably with the mouse click it will fire. So there are already standards for a lot of games. You can follow them. It will make your game very intuitive. You won't need to show a tutorial on how to move around. But sometimes, depending on the game that you're making, it will be better to think outside the box and start looking around controls that feels good. If your character will strafe using Q and E, and that's not an E, well, it's fine. But it needs to make sense in the context of your game. So having said that, we now can start developing the character. Let's start by creating our project. In the Unreal Engine launcher, we can find here launch Unreal Engine 5 preview, and we can wait for the Unreal project browser to open up. Here it is. Here we just need to click on games, and as indie game developers, we want to save as much time as possible. So let's click on the first person template. Blueprints is fine, desktop also is fine, quality maximum is fine. And we will give it a name. I'm gonna call it my first shooter game and create it. Now let's wait for the editor to open. With our editor opened, we can press play and see what's happening with this template, right? We already have a character that can be moved around, and let me show the keys that I'm pressing. And here I can move around with WASD, I can pick up my weapon, and with left click, we already have a bullet going around. I can jump with space, and I can apply some force to these boxes. So pretty nice. Let's check the inputs to see if they are something that we can tweak around. If you want to know where the inputs are, you can go to the settings here, project settings, and in this menu, and I'm gonna anchor it here, I'm gonna go to input. In input, you have two types of input, action mappings and axis mappings. Action mappings are for actions that are very clear. For example, you want to jump, you press a button. In this case, that button is the spacebar, and it will fire when you press the spacebar and when you release it. In the case of the axis mappings, you can get values between the inputs. So for example, if I'm using a gamepad, moving forward, I could be moving forward at 100%, that it would be 1. But if I put the stick at the halfway point, then it will be half the movement, right? So that's why these are called axis mappings. And usually they have a value between -1 and 1. Great. We really don't need to change anything for now. This template already came with useful input. If we wanted to change it to something else, we can select here the key and change it to whatever key we needed. Or we can click here and press our keyboard and the value will change. In this case, let's return it to W. Let's go to the map. This is our editor where we can add stuff to the map, move around stuff just by selecting it, and there will be a gizmo here that we can use to move things around. We can also rotate stuff if we click here or press the key E and rotate stuff around. The same thing with the scale. So with the hotkeys W, E, and R, we can change around this gizmo so it's easier for us to manipulate. Excellent. Now, let's get to it. We mentioned that the first things that we want to do with this project is to get those 3 C's feeling great. So let's analyze what our character can do in order for us to get a better idea on how we can make it better. First, the character can move around, it can strafe, or I can rotate the camera. Here, it will be a nice addition to add some camera shake in order for the camera to reflect the heaviness of moving the weapon around. Also, this character can jump. And right now, I can't reach those parts. I can use this as cover and I can reach it, but maybe I want to create a more dynamic game. So we could add a double jump in the future. This character also can shoot around, and I definitely want to get rid of that ball. The animation is fine, but also a camera shake will get us a long way of the feeling of this character. So let's begin with something very easy, and that is adding a double jump. So I can reach these places that are very high. Right now, keep in mind that this won't be our map, but it's a good starting point for the testing of some abilities. Here I can reach, right? So adding a double jump should be fairly simple. I press escape, and this is where we enter the world of blueprints. here, the way my character is spawning is in this player start. And the way I'm selecting which character to spawn here in this player start is through the game mode. So I can look around the game mode, but usually it's defined here in the project settings and here in maps and modes. So here is the default game mode, and I'm gonna search for it. So I found it here in the content browser, and I'm gonna double click it. These are the default classes that my game will use, and I opened this game mode because I wanted to see which character I was using for my game. So whatever character I define here, it will be spawned also, and let me close this, in the player start that we can find in this level. So for now, let's not get too worried about the player start or the game mode. I just wanted to search for this character, and I'm gonna press on browse to asset, and here I can find it. Let's double click it, and this is a blueprint class. Let me close my game mode and put my blueprint here. And if you have never used Unreal before, a blueprint is a way that we can program stuff and add interactability or add new behavior in a graphic way. We have this editor based on nodes, so it's a type of visual programming. Now, the colors will mean certain things. Red ones are events. Events are things that get fired by something. Something triggered this. In this case, if you press the gamepad, it will trigger this event. Where's my jumping? Here, input action, jump. If we remember, in the project settings, in the input category, here we have also action mapping, jump, action, jump. So this is an event that is tied with this input, and we can create it really easily. We just need to type jump, and here I will have it action event jump. Very simple to create. And this is just telling my character to jump or stop jumping. The blue nodes, like this, are functions. Functions are nodes that encapsulates behavior. So probably inside this node called jump, there will be the action of adding some velocity in the C vector and changing the state of the character from walking to jumping. Pretty nice stuff. So let's go to the viewport. Our blueprint consists of 3 basic windows. This is the event graph, where all the events and most of the programming is done. This one is the construction script, which is a script that runs before our game is played, or well, also runs before this blueprint is created. And we have the viewport, which shows how my blueprint is gonna look. This viewport reflects the state of the current components. A blueprint is just a holder of the components. So in this case, this blueprint, which is a character blueprint, will have a capsule for collisions, an arrow to determine which direction is forward, a mesh, in this case is these 2 arms, and a camera, which is what my player will see. So here I can change some settings of the camera. Maybe I want more field of view. We can add it. If I press play, then we can get very dizzy with this type of camera. But some games usually use maybe this much FOV, just for my player to be able to see more around it. Excellent. So let me return the value to the starting value. You can do that by clicking on this arrow. So by default is 90 degrees. So we wanted to add a double jump, and if we looked really closely to my component list, we have a component that is not being shown around here in my viewport. This is an component that is holding all the logic behind the movement, and Unreal already gave me this type of component. Also, this component have some functionality for it to work in networking types of situations. So multiplayer is supported by this component. You just need to activate it. So here in my character movement, I can tweak around, for example, the acceleration, the max walk speed, and more stuff. In our case, I believe I'm kind of happy on how it's moving. I don't need it to move too fast, so I will let it be. And now let's get to the jumping part. The event graph, we have already this jump and stop jumping, which is part of my character class, which I'm using right now. So we can go to the class defaults, and here we can search for the jumping part. Here, jump max count. If we want to add another jump, we can just press 2. And I'll press play. And now I can jump twice. Excellent. So that's the way we can add a double jump very easily. If you would like to tweak the values of movement when I'm in air, then you can do it by going to the character component, character movement component, and here in the character movement jumping and falling, you can change the air control to values that suit your needs. In my case, I want to be very punishing with the jumps. So if I'm jumping, I can't go backwards. Right. Now let's add the camera shake so the movement and the jumping feels better. I'm gonna open up here in the first person folder, blueprints, my first person character, double click it, and here in my blueprint editor, I'm gonna go to the viewport and I want to add a component. Here I'm gonna click add and search for camera shake. And here's a camera shake source. I'm gonna add it, and now I can see it. This place is fine. I'm gonna leave the name, and I just need to make sure that here on the auto start is in false, and by default it is, so there shouldn't be any problem. I'm gonna compile, save, and I need to create a camera shake in order for me to see something. Here in none, I can select one that have been created by the Epic stuff. So we have some default settings, but I want to create my own, so I'm gonna click here on create a new blueprint, and here I'm gonna create my folder where I'll store all assets for this project. So in content, I'm gonna create a new folder, gonna call it exactly like my project is my first shooter game. And inside it, I'm gonna create a folder called player. Now, the camera shake cs dash, and I'm gonna put the action. So should be walking. Gonna select the folder and save it. Now here in my camera shake, I will see in the details panel, if I click on class defaults, I can change some of the assets or the default values of this asset. So single instance, I will put it to true because I only want one of these type of shakes at any given time, like it says here. So I'm gonna set it up to true. And in root shake pattern, I'm gonna select purling noise, and I already play around with some values, so you just need to copy and paste these values. In this case, in X, it should be leave as it is. In Y, I'm gonna put 3 in the amplitude and 2 in the frequency. In the C value, gonna put 4, and in the frequency, I'm gonna put 3. Rotation, leave it as it is. FOV, also leave it as it is. The timing, this part is important, is how long this camera shake will last. In my case, I need it to be just a little bit short, but for now I will leave it like this so you can get a sense on how this camera shake works. Now, I want to play this camera shake every time I move around. So I'm gonna go to my event graph and I'm gonna search for my movement input. In this case, here it is, movement input. I want it to play when I'm moving forward or backwards. Not so much right and left. Maybe we could create another camera shake for right and left, but for now I just want forward and backwards. Here I will get my camera shake source and I'm gonna play a camera shake. If it was not play, it was start camera shake. I'm gonna select this option. And what I'm doing here is I'm getting the component from my list of components just by drag and dropping. And from dragging from this pin, I'm getting access to the functionality that this component has inside. In this case, is starting a camera shake. So I'm gonna connect it like this. And I'm gonna select my walking. I can press play. And right now it's playing. I'm stationary, but my camera shake is playing. So I need to check if I'm stationary. So if this axis value is 0, this is still sending the 0 input. But in my case, I don't want to do anything if it's only 0. So here I'm gonna put equal. Oh, well, I'm gonna do a comparison of this axis value. These are just reroute nodes. You can create one of these by double clicking and moving it around. And I want to know if this axis value is 0. So I can drag and drop from this pin and compare. I'm gonna put not equal. You can also write it. So not equal 0. Then if it is different than 0, I want to start the camera shake. So I'm gonna put here a conditional node called branch. You can search it as branch, or you can search it as if. It's the same, it will give you the branch. Also, you can press B and click, and there is the branch. And I'm gonna connect it like this. Now, in the condition, this can be true or false. In this case, I will ask if this axis value is different than 0, let's say it's 1 or -1, then it will go here in the true. And if it is different than 0, it means we are moving around. So let's connect to the star camera shake. If it is 0, then this condition, it will be comparing 0 different than 0. Well, that's false because the 0 it's equal 0. In that case, it will play false. So we can then stop the camera shake. And I'm just want to stop the camera shake of the type camera shake walking. So I'm gonna put the camera shake walking. Great. So now if I compile and press play, my camera shake is not playing, but if I move around, my camera shake starts. If I stop, then my camera shake stops. Right. So if my camera shake had a longer duration, it would be pretty easy to spot. And if my amplitude, for example, in the C value was a lot higher, for example, I don't know, maybe 100, then I can know what's happening with this camera shake, right? And it's ending maybe too immediately. So if I remove that check, then it does a little blend out. Oh, that's better, right? Let me return the value of my camera shake. It was, I believe, 4. And the duration, I will change it to 0.2, and the blending time and the blend out time to 0.1, because I want it to be really responsive. So here my camera shake is working its magic, and whenever I stop, then my camera shakes should stop pretty easily, and it will be easier to see with my gun here. Now we have this camera shake working. Should also work when falling, otherwise it's like a little fall. We'll do the same. We will search for this camera shake. I'm gonna save it. We can find it with this button, and this wasn't what I wanted. So, oh, excuse me, it was this button called browse. This will find it in my content browser where all my assets are saved, and I just want to duplicate it. Gonna call it landing. Gonna double click it. Here is the same. If you wanted to show the full blueprint editor, you can also click here, but for me this is great. And now the values that I want here, the X should stay the same, the Y just 2 in the amplitude, 1 in frequency, and oh, instead of using a Perlin noise here, I'm gonna use a wave oscillator, so I have some control on how this camera shake will go. So here it's 2, X should be stay the same, the C value will be 6, the frequency will be 2, and in the case of the C value, we should start at 0, so we get the same movement every time. The rotation is the same, the FOB is the same, the timing will be 0.3, and the blend time should be 0. And blend out should be 0.1. Now, if I wanted to play this camera shake, I'm gonna go to my character again. I wanted to play when we land. And there is an event for that. We just need to find it. We just need to go here in functions, in my blueprint panel, override, and we can find the on landed. Let's click it, and here it is. Here, I just need to get again my camera shake source component, start a camera shake, and tell it that I'm starting the landing. Let's press play, And whenever I land, I should get a little shake. So whenever I land, it's a lot more harsh, right? If you need to scale it up, here we have a little value called scale. We can set it maybe to 5 if we want to see the effect in its full glory. And maybe that was too much. Or maybe you like it. Maybe a 2 should be fine. Yeah, 2 is actually pretty good. And that scale, we could change it depending on how high did we fall. But for now, it's looking pretty good. It wouldn't be a shooter if we wouldn't be able to sprint around. So let's add that functionality now. Right, so let's first add an input for sprinting around, and I'm gonna close these classes. So let's go to the project settings. I already have it open here, but settings, project settings, as we have seen before. Let's go back to the input category. And here we have a jump, a primary action, and I also want to sprint. So let's press the plus button here in action mappings, and I'm gonna call this action sprint. I want to give it a key. You can search for the shift key here, or you can click here and press the shift key. Left shift is fine. If you also want to support right shift, you could also add another mapping and here press the right shift. In my case, it doesn't really make much sense for right shift, but just in case someone is using the arrows, I'll leave it there. Great, we have mapped the input, and I'm using left shift because that's like one of the most common keys to use for sprinting. And also I should be adding, I believe this is supporting gamepad, so let's add the gamepad input also. Here in gamepad I will search for the left thumbstick button. Used to be really common where you just press the left thumbstick button and you would start sprinting. So I'm gonna stick to it. Now let's go to my map, and I need to implement that sprint. I need to do it in my character. So let's find my character again, first person, blueprints, and I'm getting a little bit tired of searching it in the folder that is not my project folder. So what I'm gonna do is here, this first person character, first I'm gonna move it to my player folder here in my first shooter game. I'm gonna move it here. This will update some files. So let's save all. Save all. And because we have moved around a class that is being referenced by other classes, it's a good idea to clean up my project. So let's click here on blueprints, and I'm gonna fix up redirectors in folders. Great. Now, here my first person character, I'm gonna save stuff again. Perfect. I'm gonna change its name. I'm gonna call it main character. And that was not it. Let's call it main character. There it is. And because I saved a class with another name, I'm also gonna, here in this folder, fix up redirectors. There shouldn't be any, but a redirectors is a file that gets created every time we move around stuff. Now, here, now in my player, I have my blueprint with the main character, and everything should still be working exactly the same. If I fall around, there's my camera shake. Perfect. So let's open my main character. And now, here in my inputs, I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna right click on my event graph and I'm gonna type sprint, which is the same name that we assigned the key. Perfect. And now I only need to change the way I move around. If you played around with the character movement, there was here where is it? Max walk speed. If I change this, right now it's in 60, so I'm gonna copy it just so I don't forget. Maybe I want 4 times this value, so let's just add a multiplier sign and by 4, and it gives me the result that I want. Let's press play, and now if I move around, I will see that I'm getting 4 times the amount of movement that I initially had. So it's just to add the spring, we just need to change these values. Just a matter of deciding which value we want. So we can test around with maybe 1000. Yeah, and it seems pretty good enough for me. Maybe too much. 900 should be fine. So 900 is the amount I'm gonna change the walk speed value. So I'm gonna return this to the normal value of 600, and whenever I press the sprint button from this movement component, what was the name, excuse me, it was max walk speed. So I'm gonna get from here max walk speed is the same name. So we can get the value, or we can change it with the set. I want to change it, so let's put set max walk speed and change it to 900 when I'm pressing the sprint. And when I release it, then I want it to go to the default value, which was, and I'm just gonna copy and paste the node, 600. Now, this node that I copy and paste, if I compile, it will show me an error because it doesn't have a target. If the target is self, then it's talking about this blueprint class, but the max walk speed value is not inside this blueprint class, it's inside this component, so I need to connect it. Now let's compile, save it, and press play. Now I'm walking around. If I press the sprint button, then I will move faster. If I release it, then I go back to my normal velocity. And it's not that much of a sprint, so I'm gonna add, yeah, 1000 was okay. So now we have a sprint value, and we should change our camera shake. So I want to know when I'm sprinting or not. So I need to save that state somewhere. We're gonna create our first variable of this tutorial. A variable is just a box where I can store some information. So we can create it here in my blueprint panel. Let's press plus, and the only thing we need to do for a variable is set a good name for it, one that it's easy to understand what's the information that it's gonna hold, and assign its type. In my case, this is gonna be a variable called is sprinting, and I'm gonna press enter. Now I only need to know if it's sprinting or if it isn't. So we just need a value true or false. And this variable, this Boolean type of variable, does exactly that. So compile, save it. Here is the default value of the variable I'm selecting. And here is sprinting. We can set it false, or if I press click, to true. It will start at false, but whenever I press my sprint button, I'm gonna set it to true. And if I want to set it back to false when my key is released, then I just need to do exactly the same. I will press the key Alt, so it gives me the set immediately. If I wanted the get, I could use Control. So now, when I press this button, I set up the sprint into true, and then I will set the value of that variable to false whenever I release it. Now with this information, I can go back to my movement input, and here in the camera shake, I'm gonna change this scale. And this scale, I'm gonna use a node called the select node. So here, gonna select, and I'm gonna use this one, utilities select. This just is a convenient node which let me choose the value depending on an index or a wildcard. In this case, I'm gonna drag and drop my variable called is sprinting, and I'm gonna drop it on top. Now this select node will convert itself to false or true. So if it is sprinting, if it is true, then I want this twice the camera shake value. And if it's false, then I only want the normal value, which is 1. So let's press play. And now my camera shake will be like this. And whenever I sprint around, should be a harsher camera shake. It is working. If you want to really see it working, we can bump the value to 10. And now you can see it working. And it is better to start with higher values where it is obvious what's happening, and then tweaking the value around. In this case, 2.5 could be a good solution from what I tested. Yeah, 2.3 maybe. So with this, we have added an sprint option, and also make sure that our camera shake is working whenever we change sprinting. So we are following the feedback that we talked about with the 3 C's, and also the responsiveness that come with it. Let's focus on the shooting aspect of our game. If we see our current state, we press left click, and now I shoot this projectile, but I don't want it to be like this. First, I want to have a crosshair so I know where I'm shooting. So let's create a little user interface. To create a user interface inside Unreal, we'll go to my first shooter game. Inside of player, gonna right click, and in Unreal we have UMG or Unreal Motion Graphics, which we can use by clicking here, right click, user interface, widget blueprint, and select a user widget. The widgets will be the way that we're gonna show our player some user interface. So this one I'm gonna call WBP, for that means widget blueprint, and I'm gonna call it HUD. I'm gonna double click it, gonna move my window here, and now I want to add some image that will reflect our crosshair. In this case, I don't have an image, so what I'm gonna do is drag a canvas panel, because I want this widget to occupy my whole window. And at the center, I'm gonna add an image. And if I wanted to scale properly, I can scale things like this, but if my anchor point is in the wrong place, then it won't scale like I want it to. I want this to be in the middle, so here with my image selected, anchor, gonna put it in the middle, gonna reset the position to 0 with those arrows. The size, for now, I won't mind. And because this is a 0 position, I can change the alignment to 0.5. This will make it easier for me. Now, a crosshair, this doesn't seem like it. So I'm gonna first change the size, maybe 40 for this side, and I'm gonna double this other value, and I'm gonna change the position in X, no, excuse me, in Y. First, change the alignment again. If you had an image of a crosshair, you can change the image here and select whatever you would like to have. But in my case, I don't have an image, so let me change this to 1. And now the position will be 20. 20? No, minus 20. Maybe a little bit more, minus 40. And I'm gonna duplicate this image. Right click, duplicate it, or Control D. This position in X, 0, should be 0. Position in Y should be minus 40 here. So, oh, excuse me, I'm gonna add it 40. And again. Or you can also change the alignment here to 0. And in position Y, just put it 40. Just so it's easier to understand. I'm gonna do the same thing for the sides. So I'm gonna drag and drop an image. And maybe not any image. I'm gonna duplicate this image. I'm gonna flip the size. So here it will be 80 in X and 40 in Y. The alignment, the first one is gonna be at 0. Position in X will be 40 because we are giving 40 to everyone. And here it will be 0.5. So it's in the middle. Gonna duplicate this. And the alignment, I'm gonna change the X1 to Y, to 1. The position to 40. And that was on the Y value. Y should be 0. X should be 40 or minus 40. Minus 40 should be working. And that's not minus 40. That's a lot bigger. And now we should have a crosshair of sorts. It may be too big, so the size here, I'm gonna put it to 20. This also to 20. And in this case, the X size, 20. Now looks a lot more like a crosshair. It may be too big, but for now, let's put it like this. Now, let's compile and save it. If we press play, we won't be able to see our crosshair. So let's add it to our game. Let's find our game mode, which should be in the first person, blueprints, and here's the game mode. So let's open it up, excuse me. And here we have a HUD class. Let's create one. And let's put it in my first shooter game player. It's the HUD of the player, so I'm gonna call it blueprint HUD. Save it. And inside the HUD, I just need to go to my event graph. in the begin play, which is an event that fires every time this blueprint is created, or as soon as the game starts, I'm gonna create the widget that I already set up. I'm gonna select the class WBP widget blueprint HUD, and I'm gonna show it add to viewport. With this, if I press play, now I'm seeing my crosshair. And I was right, it's a little bit too big. So let's change the values pretty quickly. Instead of 40, let's change it to -20. -20 here also, well, no, position 20. This should also be 20. -20. And the size, this should be a lot smaller, so maybe 40. 40 for everyone. 40. And the wideness of every one of these images should also be, whoops, that was not it. This size, and this other size. And we can change the color if we select every image. I'm gonna select them again, hold shift and select the images, and we can change the tint to maybe a red one. Press play, and now we have a crosshair that we can later modify. Nice. We need to change now the way our gun is working. I don't want to use those projectiles anymore. So let's go to our main character. And let's see how we're shooting our gun. Here is a primary action. We press it and we use an item. Let's double click this function so we know what's happening. So if we're holding an item, we will use it. And well, if this was a valid use, then we can select a montage to play, which is the way we can animate stuff. Let's not get too worried about this. Now, this is using an interface that we can get into details later. We also have a video in our channel talking about blueprint communication. But the gist of it is that this blueprint called main character is sending a message to another blueprint. Now, we don't know who the other blueprint is. We just know that we need to do this primary use. In this case, this held item, we're getting the gun. In my map, I can see the gun. It's a blueprint rifle in my outliner where I can see all the objects here in my level, right? And I can, if I lose it, I can search for the rifle, double click it, and it will focus the rifle. So let's open the rifle and see what's inside it. Let's right click it and edit it. Now, here is a blueprint of the rifle. We can go to the viewport to see how it's being made. We have a rifle, we have a collision, and we have the event graph with some stuff in it. We have a construction script completely empty, but we have this primary use. This primary use has the same name as what the message is sending. So here is the implementation of this primary use. Here we're seeing the spawning of the projectile and the sound we are playing. I don't want to spawn anything, I just want the sound. So let's remove this for now. Like this. Let's press play. And let's see if this is working. Perfect. got rid of that annoying ball. What I want to do now is a technique very common in the shooter genre, and it's line tracing. We are gonna draw a line from the barrel of my gun to where my character is pointing. And if something hits along the way, then we will decide what to do with that hit. So how do we do a line trace in Unreal Engine? We just need to right click and type line trace. Now we have a lot of types of line trace. Well, what I'm gonna use is a line trace by channel. And this line trace by channel by default is visibility, which is fine. Now, this is a function. A function asks for input values that we can see here, and it will give us output values. In this case, it asks us where does the trace start, where does it end, the trace channel, etc. And it will return to us if it has hit something and more information about the hit, which we can break it and know a lot more about this hit. If you see a blue pin like this one, it means it's a structure, and a structure is just a group of variables which we can break and then get the individual values. Now let's start our line trace. We want to start the easy way, so first let's connect it like this, and the start position I want it to be for now my camera. So in order to get my camera location, I need to right click, get camera manager. My camera manager is in charge of the cameras my current player is using. So let's ask it, get camera location. Now I have a starting point. I need an end point. It should be the direction that I'm facing. So after getting the camera location, I'm gonna get the camera rotation. And in order to know this rotation in a way that we can manipulate it to our advantage, I'm gonna ask from it the forward vector. This gives me a vector that I can use in operations. In this case, I want to add some value here. I want to add so I can get to the end, right? So what I'm gonna do, if I did this, I'm just adding 1 unit. So the complete operation will be something like this. Forward vector, I'm gonna multiply it. And here I don't need to multiply it by another vector. I'm gonna right click it, convert this pin to float real, and I want to multiply it by the distance my bullet will travel. For example, let's say the maximum distance is 5,000. Now let's connect it like this, and I will change this draw debug type to the duration so I can see what's happening. Let's compile and press save. If I click, anything doesn't happen. And if I get my gun, now I can see that something is being traced. A line is being traced. Now, why is this working? I'm just using a little bit of linear algebra. So the forward vector is giving me a direction, and we can go to the very basics of what a vector is, if you like. A vector is just, and where's my tablet here? A vector is just a magnitude and a direction. So it's how long it will be. In this case, I'm making it 500. It's just a number. And a direction, this is the direction in the x, y, z coordinates. So if the x was 1 and the y was 0 and z was 0, then I'm going with this operation, I'm multiplying 500, so it will be in x 500, 0, 0, and I don't know why I put c here again, because 0 by 5000, excuse me, is 0. So I would be adding this value to my current camera location. So if my camera was here, I'm just adding 500,000. And this will be my start point and this will be my end point. Now, things are not so simple, right? You will get like, oh, maybe your camera is slightly rotated to a side. So I need that direction, maybe is x 0.1, y 0.3, and z 0.7. Usually this vector that is the direction, in this case this forward direction, it will have a length of 1, but you don't need to worry too much about it. Just know that if you multiply the direction by a magnitude, in this case 500, you are exactly getting your position from the start to the end, which in this case it will be maybe 500 here, and I don't want to multiply too much, so it should be like something like this, maybe. But that's the only thing that I'm doing here, is a little bit of linear algebra. Now, it is working, but we have a slight problem. By a slight problem, I mean that the start location is currently my camera location, so if I shot from here, it is going through, but it shouldn't go through because my weapon is facing an obstacle. So I'm gonna change this start location to the barrel of my gun, which conveniently here we spawned the projectile through the barrel of my gun. So I'm just gonna break this pin, and the start value I'm gonna connect it from here. Get socket location, let's just copy and paste it, and I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna see if this is working correctly, and now it is. If I redo my action, then I know that this is colliding first with the object. Pretty nice, right? So now with this trace, I can simulate where is my bullet hitting. And for that, what I'm gonna do is add a little explosion to it. To add an explosion, we need an asset that will represent that explosion. We currently don't have one, so let's go to the first person map again, or well, to the content drawer, and add here a feature or content pack. I'm gonna select content, and the starter content will be fine. Let's add to the project. This will add a bunch of files that maybe you don't need all of them, but I'm currently adding to the source control, so don't worry about this. It should be a lot faster in your PC. So let me pause the video. Now that the files are added, we can check them out here in the starter content, and here in particles there should be an explosion. So I'm gonna use this. Let's go back to the rifle, and what I need to do is first let's clean up a little bit this part. I don't need to spawn anything here. I don't need this make transform. Here there is a little projectile offset, which I should use really. So let's just delete all this. Well, not all of it. Just delete what I copy and connect this offset here at the start. I'm gonna move my line trace here, and I don't need this anymore. This part we already know how it's working. And whenever we hit something, we want to spawn that particle. Now, let's move this a little bit to the right. And this sound maybe should be played before I do the spawning of the particle. So what I can do is use a node called the sequence node. So let's create it. Right click, sequence. And it's just a way to organize our code. First, I want to play my sound. With the Alt key pressed, I can click on any connection and we can disconnect it like that. And this is going to be first. And this line trace, and I'm gonna try to fix this a bit, is going to be second. I mean, in terms of being able to tell which one is first or second, the humans, we won't be able to take notice on it. It's only for the machines. So now we first will fire the sound, and then we will line trace and see if we hit something. If we hit something, then here from this value I'm gonna type if or branch, and if it is true, then it means we hit something. Then I'm gonna want to know what did we hit. So break the hit result and see the impact point. Now with the impact point, I know where to spawn my little explosion. So if it's true, if we hit something, I want to spawn emitter at location. And with this, let's put this like this. With this, I'm going to select my impact point for the location, and the other thing can stay the same. In emitter template, I'm gonna select the explosion. And at last, I'm gonna connect the return node so we know that this function is returning to where it was called before. Now it should look something like this. We will play the sound at this spawn location, which is driven by a little offset, and we will use a line trace instead of spawning a projectile. So let's compile, save it, and this is the code that we added. With these breaks, when it's a long structure, we can click again here and it will only show what we're using, which is pretty nice. Let's press play. Let's get the weapon and shoot. I didn't hit anything, so here it's not spawning my little explosion. So pretty nice, right? Great. So our character is feeling pretty nice. We have the camera shake. We have, well, another camera shake when landing. And we can fire. And it's going through the barrel. So here we know that it's colliding with something. Excellent. Now we should create the goals and the objectives of the game by learning the basics of the gameplay framework. The first class of the gameplay framework that we saw is the game mode. And inside that game mode is where all the rules about the game are gonna exist. What rules am I talking about? It has to do with any rule that changes the state of the game. So the state of the game could be idle, start playing, win and lose conditions, and well, we can set up the objectives there also. So let's create our own game mode, because right now we are using the one that is inside the first person. Here it is. So we're gonna create our game mode. To create a game mode, let's go to our folder, our project folder, and you can change the color of the folder so it becomes easier to see which one is ours. I'm gonna put some blue into it. Okay. And our folder is another color. Inside it, let's create a folder called framework to house all the classes that have to do with the framework. Let's open it and let's create a blueprint class. And here I'm gonna select the game mode. Let's call it game mode. And I'm gonna give it the same name of my project. And we call it part of the framework because the framework consists of some classes that are being reused and also classes that become the backbone of any type of game. In this case, the game mode is very important because it will not only define which player I'm gonna use at first. In this case, I need to change it to my main character, and here in my HUD I also need to change it to the HUD I want to use. But also it's very important because we will define conditions that, or well, rules that will affect our game. So for example, we could define here that if my player reaches 0 health, we lose the game. Or if in our case, if I reach the extraction point after gathering the intelligence that I wanted to collect, we can win the game. Now, let's make sure we're using our game mode, and I'm gonna open my project settings here. Gonna go to maps and mode, and change this first person game mode to the one that I just created. Now, it should be almost the same. But either way, I'm gonna test it and see that it is working as before. Perfect. Now, in the game mode, we need to set up the state of the game. By default, if you search around the game mode, there are already states here, but they are mostly used for multiplayer. For example, a transition between the levels is a state. But in our case, let's keep it really simple. So I'm gonna create a way to track our states. Here in the framework folder, let's right click, go to blueprints, and let's create an enumeration. An enumeration is just a list of elements. And the first one will have the value of 0, the second one 1, the third one 2. This enumerator, I'm gonna call it shooter game states, and I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna add more enumerators, and when you're working with enumerators, it's a good idea for the first element to be none, because the first element will be the one that it's being default to. So if this is a value that could be used during the execution of the game, you may get confused if out of nowhere a blueprint has a value set up that is a none. Usually you want to be very explicit when you use enumeration. So the first element should be none. Then we can define the states of our game. For example, at first it should be a setup phase where I am creating any object that I need. I am setting up events if I need. So I could call it setup. After the setup phase, we can also, maybe later we can add a cinematic just to present the map. So I could have an standby phase. Then we should get to the game. So here, game is in progress. And well, before the game is in progress, let me copy this. Should be start the game. Game is in progress and end the game. Excellent. So these are gonna be the phases that my game has. Let's save it and let's close it. We are gonna use this enumerator inside my game mode here. So I'm gonna create a variable, gonna call it game or shooter game state. And you could also add current state, just to make it really clear that this is the actual state of the game. And here I'm gonna go with E, shooter. And here it is, shooter game states. Let's compile. And by default, it should be none. Now, if we wanted to change the value of this enumerator, and by that changing which state my game is in, we could just drag and drop our variable, set it, and for example, in the event begin play of my game mode, which will play as soon as my game mode is created, we could do something like this, setup phase. So this will enter the setup phase, but this will be really simple setup, but we want to do other stuff whenever we enter the setup phase. So what I'm gonna do is right click this and I'm gonna collapse it to a function. This function will be called set new shooter game state. And I'm gonna double click it and I'm gonna create an input in my function so I can change the current state. We can add the input just like this. Let's compile it, save it, and if we return to the event graph, we will see that we can change the value of the variable here. So this should be nice. Now, I want to do something in the setup phase, so I'm gonna create an event, custom event called setup phase. I'm gonna double click here to edit some code because I want to call the setup phase whenever the state is changed. So I'm gonna double click here, and depending on whatever value this enumerator has, we can use a switch node like this. Let's type switch. And this is the value of the enumerators. Just by having them, we have a node where we can easily see each value of this variable and do something with it. So the setup phase will need to call my custom event called the setup phase. Let me delete that tick for now. So let's do it like this, setup phase. So whenever we hear begin play setup phase, it will call this custom event. I'm gonna create events for every type of situations. And we had setup phase, standby phase, start the game, game is in progress, and end game. I may not need all of these custom events, but it's good to set them up first. It's better to later delete stuff than forgetting about them. And I'm gonna call them inside this function, which maybe set new shooter game state could be a little confusing, so we can change this name to handle new shooter game state, because we are handling the way we are setting up this variable. So here, standby, start the game. If we needed more states, then it will be easy to change, because we just need to open my enumerator and add more states there. And well, connect them here. With our game mode created and the states of the game also created, we can now begin to look at our objective of the game. In simple terms, if we remember the design of it, we just wanted to go from point A to point B. It's as simple as that. Finding an intel and doing something in between is part of the challenge of just doing this action of A to B. So if I want to win, for now, let's just create this rule that if we reach the B point, we will win. For that, we need a blueprint to represent the goal. So if I start here where my player start is, here's my player start, I could set up my goal to reach this place. So in order to do that, I'm gonna create a blueprint. In my first shooter game, I'm gonna create a new folder and I'm gonna call it goal. Inside my goal folder, I'm gonna create a blueprint class. It's an actor because I just need it to be on the level. Call it blueprint goal. And inside it, let's compile, save. I need a way to collide with my character. So I have a trigger to know if my character is inside this goal location or not. So what I'm gonna add is a box collision component. Here it is in all its glory. Now I will be able to change this box tent. Maybe by default I'm gonna put it all the values in 100. And now let's compile, save it, go to my first person map and drag and drop it. Right now I see that it's colliding with my floor. doesn't matter for now. Here I could fix it here in the box. I can move it up 100 units and it should be fine then. Compile, save, and in my first person map, now it's like I wanted it to be. Great. Now we have this collision box. And I want only for this box to get triggered by my character. Well, we can click on the box and we can look in the collision section. Here it is. And here is overlapping all dynamic. I will change it to overlap only pawn. Pawn is another class of the gameplay framework, which it means that it will be an actor. If we remember correctly, actors are everything that I can put inside the map. But the thing about pawns is that they can receive input exactly like my character. So that makes my character a pawn. It's an actor that can receive input and can do something with the input. If I wanted to check if this collision box is working, then having clicked in my component and after setting up the collision here at the end, I will have a list of events that this component can trigger. In this case, I want the begin overlap one. So I'm gonna click here, begin overlap, and I can print a string. This node is very useful for debugging. It just draws a string in my screen. So for now it's hello, let's press play. And I'm gonna just run. And now it says hello. If I leave the collision and then enter it again, it will say hello again. Excellent. So this will be able to trigger whenever we want to reach the goal, right? So in my game mode, I want to change the state to where I reach the goal. But first I need to validate, right, if I have the intel, but we will leave that for later. In any case, here in the event graph, we will just need to call the end game, right? And I'm gonna put a string here. And the end game will be you won. Now, we could have different types of endgame. You can win, you can lose. Maybe if you lose all your health, you will lose. So maybe instead of you won, I'm gonna put here the game ended. And now I could create another iterator in order to handle the win or lose condition. So maybe I should do that. Here in the framework, I'm gonna create another, where is it? We already did this before. Blueprints, enumerator, and this enumeration, it will be called win, lose, condition, state. And inside it, we just need 3 of them. The first one, if we remember correctly, should be none, always. The second one should be win. The third one should be lose. Gonna save it. And inside my, where is it? Inside the end game, I'm gonna ask for an input in my game mode. Here is my end game event input, and I'm gonna select the enumeration that I just created. Excellent. Now we can say, oh, the game ended, and depending on this state, gonna do a switch again. We already know the switch node. If we win, I will tell that we won. And if we lose, well, you lose. As simple as that. Now, the end game, let's compile and save it, will need to be handled here in my function called handle new shooter game. If you closed it by any mistake, we can open it again here in my graph. In my blueprint panel, in functions, it should be here. And in endgame, there is a win or lose state. So this is a value that I also need. So I'm gonna add it to my input. Then, yeah, we can leave it like that. Or a cool thing about function is that any input that it has, we can just get it. Right click, get win lose state, and we can get it as a variable, so we don't have to use a long cable or a long wire like that. This is the same. Let's compile and save it. Now in the goal, whenever I reach it, I need to make sure that this pawn is the main character. So when we collide, this event is giving me some output nodes. In this case, I want to know with which actor did it collide. So I'm gonna drag and drop this pin and do a cast. This cast node will ask this class and ask it if it's the class that I'm looking for, in this case, the main character. Cast to BP main character, well, BP for blueprint. And if it's true, then, oh, this is a main character class. If it isn't, it will go this way. Now, if it is a main character, then we can get the game mode. Well, we also need to cast the game mode, because if I just called here, handle new shooter game state, it will not find it. So also I need to cast to GM my first shooter game. And now we can handle the new shooter game state and set it to end game, and the win-lose state, it will be win. Let's compile, save it, and let's press play and see if it's working. I'm gonna sprint to it, and there it goes. The game ended, you win. If I trigger it again, well, the message is still playing. I only want to trigger it once, but for now, should be okay. Let's solve very quickly this little error that you can win the game multiple times. We can solve it easily if we go to our game mode, which is in charge of all these rules. So let's open the game mode, and here, if you don't have this function here, I'm gonna close it. Double click the handle new shooter game state, and we are gonna check if the new shooter game state, and I'm gonna call this variable new. I'm gonna check if it's the same as the current one, because if we're already in one of these phases, then we shouldn't be able to call one of these phases again. So If I'm in the setup phase, doesn't make sense if I'm calling the setup phase again. So here, I'm gonna add a branch node and check if this is different than an oops, let's try the not equal of the enum. If this new shooter game current state is different than the current one, so I'm gonna drag and drop this variable that I created before. So if they are different, then it should be true. I should start the phase I'm asking. If they are the same, then the false node will trigger. Great. And this variable should be new shooter game state. Like this. Now it makes more sense. So with this, we can press play, pick up the gun, run. I win once, but not twice. Perfect. Another thing we need to check if we want our player to win is to grab that piece of intel that is the objective of the mission, right? So we need to create a blueprint that will serve as an objective, and it will work really similarly as this gun. So let's create a blueprint. We need an actor, and in my folder of my project, I'm gonna create a new folder and call it Intel. Now let's double click, right click, blueprint class, and let's create an actor. Now we need something to represent this Intel. Most likely it will be an static mesh. Let's use a cube for now. And there it is. I'm gonna compile and put it in my map. And I will put my Intel here. Yeah, it's definitely too big. Definitely. So I'm gonna scale it down. Gonna press the lock here and 0.2. Compile, save. It should be pretty small now. Yeah, that's good enough. Later we can replace the mesh. For now, this is good enough. Now, I need to interact with it. I need to press E or something to do something with it. So here, just like this weapon, I need a way to collide with it. So I will create inside this blueprint, edit. I'm gonna add a component, selecting my defaults in root, and I'm gonna search for collision. And I'm gonna use the sphere collision is good enough. Yeah, that should be fine. Let me put this at 40. And I'm gonna check its collision to see if it's gonna be able to work with my character. Here in collision presets, I'm gonna select overlap only pawn, so this can only interact with my character. A pawn is any actor that can receive inputs. In my case, my character, well, it's an actor because it can be shown in the map, but also it can receive some inputs from my player controller, so that's why it's called a pawn. It's a different type of actor. And well, the pawn is a subclass of an actor. Now, with this sphere, I'm gonna call this cube Intel mesh. and my sphere collision. Now, whenever I'm close to it, I don't want to pick it up just like that. Not exactly the same as the gun here, that I just walk to it and I pick it up. Because otherwise it can happen that the player will pick up the intel without even noticing that it was being picked up. Maybe it just collided with it backwards and then, oh, I picked up the intel. I wanted to press a button. Now, for this type of communication, we are gonna first set up a button, right? So let's go to the project settings. If you don't have it, edit project settings also has it. Gonna go to input, and here there is already a primary action, which is pressing click and maybe shooting the gun or maybe doing something else. What I'm gonna do is create a new action mappings, and I'm gonna call this use interaction, and I'm gonna set it up with the E button. Could be E, could be F, whatever you like. You can search more inputs here from the keyboard, or you can just click here and select, well, the key that you want. Perfect. Now with this, I need a way to interact with something. So this blueprint intel should be able to tell my character that it is ready for the interaction. So what I could do is first, well, select your sphere collision and click on the event begin overlap, and also click on the event end overlap, because it's most likely that we're gonna use this. Now what we are gonna do is, in my character, it should be here, main character, double click it, and here we need the input action that we are gonna use to get the intel, right? So let me comment this, print, and down here I'm gonna type use interaction. There was a use item here. Oh, but it's for other stuff, so let's just use interaction. Here it is, the action event. There are some functionality here already for the way we are picking up the gun, which you can check later, but let's finish this implementation. Use interaction. I need something to use, and because I don't want to check every time I use something, then what I'm gonna do is, there's already in the first person folder blueprints, and there's already an interface with the name of interaction. I'm gonna double click it, and the interfaces are really nice because you only need to define what you're gonna do, the name of it, and later you can worry about the implementation. So I'm gonna define, instead of primary use, I'm just gonna call it use interaction or use object. Object, I believe, in my main character is use item, but in this case, use object or use interactable object. Perfect. Use interactable object, and here, yeah, it should be more than fine. Let's compile, save it, Let's go back to my main character, and I'm gonna call a message to it. Use interactable. And here it is. Here's the message. We need a target. The target cannot be self because that would mean that the main character is asking itself to use an interactable object, but I want to ask the object. The thing is, we need a reference to something, to the blueprint that will receive the message. This blueprint, I want it to be this Intel, or, well, whatever we need to interact with. So what I'm gonna do is save the reference whenever I collide with it, and when I end the overlap, I'm gonna clean up that reference. Now, what I'm gonna do here, variables, gonna add, just like this held item, I'm gonna put here interactable objects, because maybe later we want to have more than one Intel. Here, actors, actor object reference, and in the details panel, I'm gonna select my array. Now that it's an array, I can use it. Here, get. If it isn't empty, well, we can ask empty is not empty, and I'm gonna put here a branch. So if this array, which is a variable that holds a list of variables of this type, so it's not only an actor, it's a list of actors. So if this list that I'm gonna start calling array, if this array is not empty, then for each of these objects, and I'm gonna call the for each node loop, for each one of these objects, I want to send them all this message that I want to interact with them. This will make possible if we want to interact with more than one object at the same time if we are in the radius of it. And in the Intel, here in the Intel, whenever I begin overlap my actor, well, the pawn, my character, gonna cast it to the main character. I'm gonna get the interactable object, and I'm gonna add. What I'm gonna add is, well, this same blueprint, so I'm gonna type self. Get a reference to self, and here it is. And I'm gonna do almost the exact same thing, but in reverse here. Whenever we end the overlap, we need from this array to tell it to remove my Intel blueprint. So let's go here and remove item. Which item do I want? Well, I want this same blueprint, so I can also type this, and this gets a reference to self. The only thing I need this in this blueprint in order to work is to use implement the interface. We're gonna do that by going here to the class defaults, class settings, and in the details panel there are implemented interfaces. I'm gonna select the BPI interaction, which already came with the first person template, but we are using it to our advantage by, well, it's already created, we don't need to create another thing, especially when it's called interaction, right? So now that we implemented this interface, we have here in my blueprints panel the category interfaces. We have a primary use and use interactable object, which I'm gonna right click and implement event. Now, whenever this class gets this message, what I want to do for now is just destroy it. Destroy the actor. so that we know, and it's especially clear that this disappeared, right? Later we're gonna save it somewhere, but for now let's save it. So let's save the class and just destroy it when we interact with it. Let's press play, and this is definitely too big, but here we are. And if we get to it, if I press E, it gets destroyed. Gonna do it again. I don't really need the weapon. If I press E from here, nothing happens. If I get closer and get out the range of this intel, it doesn't happen anything. Anything happens. So it only works when I'm near it. The reference of this blueprint is saved in my character, and then I press E. Perfect, it's working. Now that the intel is working, let's get to the validation of the goal zone, right? We shouldn't win if we don't have the intel. And we may have more than one intel, right? So first, we need a counter to know how many intel do I need, right? And also, we want to recollect all the intel that are in the map. So, because it's a validation of this goal zone, we can open it. And let me close the other classes. And I'm gonna open the goal and work myself upwards so we know how the logic will work. Let's open this blueprint, edit goal. And what I'm doing here is I'm just setting the new game state, which may not be a good idea. We should call something in my game mode to check if we have all the intel that we need, and then if all the intel is recollected, then we can change the game state, right? So I'm gonna open my game mode, and this is done because in the gameplay framework, the game mode is the one that handles all the logic that affects the state of the game. In this case, is a pretty big state, a pretty important one, like winning the game. I'm gonna close this function and I'm gonna go back. Is this all I have? Yes, perfect. So what we're gonna do is create another event to check if my player has won. So let's create. It shouldn't really be needed for it to be an event because we are on checking stuff. So let's create a function. Check if all the intel is gathered. And these functions should return true or false. So I need an output, boolean is fine, and the player won. True, false, I don't know, but with this function I can, for example, leave it at false. Let's save, go back to the goal, and from the game mode I can ask, check if all the intel is gathered, and if it is, gonna connect it like this for now. If all the intel is gathered and the player won, it should be all intel is gathered, or just return value. Should be, the name says it all. Return value. Compile. Let's go back to the blueprint goal. So if I'm checking if all the intel is gathered, then if it's true, I will go to the next phase, so I'm just gonna run to it. And yeah, it's not triggering. If we change our function to true, then we should receive the winning message. There it is. Now, we need to check this first. And it's important to know that some functions really don't alter any data. And if they don't, we can make them be a pure function, one that only does some calculation to check something and returns a value with useful information. Like this case, we are only wanting to know if all the intel is gathered. We are not gathering the intel, we are not deleting intel, it's just a calculation or a comparison to know if we have all the intel. So I'm gonna click my function here and I'm gonna check its pure state. This pure, gonna check it here, compile, and this will make that in my blueprint I'm getting this node instead of a one that has a blue color on top and needs to be executed. Perfect. So with this, in my game mode, I'm going to, well, create some variable to hold all the intel that I have gathered. So variables intel gathered, and this is just an integer. And here I need the total value. And the comparison is simple. Intel gathered, it's equal. And I'm gonna put greater. In any case, I'm counting twice. We don't want the game to be stuck. So if it's equal or greater than the total intel, then I'm gonna return true. If this is less than the total intel, then it will return false. Excellent. This validation works, but we need to give it the variables that it is using. Intel gathered, it's gonna be easy to do. We can create a new function and just call it gathered intel. And what this function will do is, well, this intel gathered, I'm gonna set it, and I'm gonna get its current value and add it 1. You can do it like this. You can also do plus plus, oops, and it's the same thing. But I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Great. Save it. We need to call this gather intel. This should be called whenever we pick up this intel here. Right? So let's open it. Edit blueprint intel, and we have event use interactable object. This destroys the actor. But before destroying the actor, what I'm gonna do is get my game mode, gonna cast to my first shooter game. Here it is. Going to add the intel, gathered intel. Does it make sense, this name? But well, we can change it later. Gather intel and then destroy the actor. I'm gonna call it gather intel. There, that makes more sense, at least for me and my semi-broken English. So let's press play. Let's go with a double jump here, and I pick it up, and now it should be able to, we should be able to win because 1 is greater than 0, and here we have it, we win. Great, so it is working. We can also check if this is being fired if we put here a print string which just says hello. If I pick it up, hello, so it is working. And the only thing we need to check is this total. This total for now it's 0. If I put it to 1, then we can run to our goal. We won't be able to win. We go to our Intel, we pick it up, we go back, and we should win. But it will be a pain in the ass if we need to, for example, I'm gonna duplicate it by holding Alt and Shift to move the camera with it. If we had another Intel, then we can just pick one of them, and I didn't pick it up. Here it is, and I can run, and I'm gonna win. And then, oh yeah, I forgot, I need to go to my game mode and check the total Intel and all that stuff. To avoid this, we could set up the total Intel depending on the number of goals, excuse me, on the number of blueprints here that we have in the map. In my game mode, there are two ways that we can solve this issue. If there are gonna be a lot of stuff, we could here in the begin play ask it to, oh well, let's get the game mode. Let's cast it to my game mode. And let's get the total Intel and just increment by 1. This should work. If we press play, we can gather one of it. Let's go to my zone. I can't win. Let's gather the other Intel. And then, oh, I didn't win either. Did I put another one? And if that doesn't work, then it seems that, let's check here. For example, F9, play. Total Intel is 1. Oh, I'm adding, yeah, okay. Right now I set up my total Intel as 1. Let's put it back to 0. So when I'm adding 1, then I'm not in this predicament where I was going to go to 3 instead of 2. So now it should be working correctly. It was because the default value was not right. So I don't win here. I go here, pick it up, and now I should win. Great. This kind of solves it. And what happened with this? F9. There it is. Yeah, managed to get rid of that message. The only thing that you need to take in mind in consideration with this type of approach is that if in your game mode you go to the event graph and go to the event begin play, if you ask the number of the total of the Intels, you will get 0 because this begin play will be, oh, it returned 2. There will be sometimes that it will return 0 because the game mode loads faster than most of the actors. But in the editor, then sometimes some actors load faster. But we can do it like this, Or we can use that setup phases that we had before, right? So another approach to that problem, which both approaches are fine, but we already had phases for this, so let's use it. Event begin play will go to my setup phase. Setup phase, what it will do is get all actors of class. It will get all actors with the Intel class. And here, ask for the length. And the length, we just need to set my total Intel to that length, because that's the number of items we have found with the Intel. And after this setup, then we can change the new shooter game state to a standby phase, and then here we can play some cinematic, and then go to the play, start the game, and in the start the game we can enable the inputs of my character, and then we can set up that the game is in progress. And now our flow of gameplay is a little bit more complete. We have a setup phase, a standby phase, and I don't want to forget it. I'm gonna put here play cinematic here. Even if in this tutorial we don't create a cinematic or play something here, it is good to have, so later we can make it bigger, this project, without having to change too much code. Start the game, enable the player input here, and well, the game is in progress. That's fine. That's fine by me. Perfect. Now I'm gonna go back to my Intel and remove this code. Gonna compile, gonna save, and see if it is working before this video is lasting too long. Yeah, I can't win here. Gonna go here, pick it up, and now I win. With the Intel, the goal, and the interaction that we created, we could say that we already have a game, right? Not a fun one, but we have an start, an objective, and a goal. Something for us to win or lose. But in order to make our game fun, we need to challenge the player. Otherwise, it just became a little scavenger hunt that could be fun, but it's a shooter game, so we really should make use of this mechanic, right? So what we're gonna do is add a little enemy that will serve as a guard. What we're gonna do is go to my folder, and here I'm gonna create a new folder called enemy. Let's right click, let's go to my blueprint class, and we will select a character. Gonna call it BP guard, and the guard, we want it to just patrol, maybe shoot you a little bit if it's not complicated for this tutorial, and will be able to die. Let's open it. This guard, and let me close the other tabs. This guard, we're gonna click on its mesh. We're gonna select the skeletal mesh of the mannequin, but we don't have the mannequin right here. So what I'm gonna do is go to the content drawer, I'm gonna add a feature or content pack, gonna select third person, and I'm gonna add it to my project. This will give me not only a third person character, but the mesh that I want to use with it's here, the mannequin, character, mesh. We have SK mannequin and mannequin female. So what I'm gonna do is use this mannequin, gonna put it in the skeletal mesh. I need to arrange it, and I forgot I need to do some things here that we can copy and paste from the blueprint that we just added. And I'm gonna go to viewport, I'm gonna select the skeleton mesh, and here I have the mannequin. These are the minus 89 and 270. I'm gonna use those. The capsule, I believe, is also different. Capsule, we have this capsule height 90 and 39. I believe it was 35, not 39. Here it is. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't need a camera. This is going to be an AI character. And I'm gonna try to make it as simple as possible. AI, it's a subject that we can spend a lot of time in, explaining it, the basics and everything else, but we're not gonna go too deep in the case of behavior trees or environment queries. We are just gonna create an AI that works for us as the best of our abilities. So in this blueprint, this skeletal mesh, I'm gonna select it again. Right now it doesn't have any animation. There is already a blueprint animation. For this should be called, and I'm not seeing it. Here it is, third person animation blueprint. Now if we move it around, it should reflect it. And we want our enemy to clearly be an enemy. So what I'm gonna do is go to this material, gonna search it here, oh, it's already a material instance, so I'm just going to double click it, and I'm gonna change the body color to something that reflects danger. Gonna save it. Oh, these are the values if you want to check it out, but whatever you think looks good will be fine. Okay, save it. And the guard, oh, I only did change the yeah, that this other material that is not a material instance, I'm gonna right click it, create material instance, gonna leave it like it is, gonna double click it, and in body color I'm gonna use the same color as the other one. So this is the color I selected. I could copy and paste the values, or I can drag and drop color here to save them, so I'm gonna do this. Now it's been saved. I'm gonna click OK, go to my material instance, click it, and select the color that I already know that I like. Save. The guard should be, oh, we need to replace this for the male body inst, and we can change its name to male body enemy. And now I know that it's really bad for my health because it's red and it usually represents danger. If I drag and drop it, where's my enemy? It's right here. It could be like this, and maybe we just want it to go from this point to another one, right? So inside my guard here, I'm going to create a position that my guard can use in order for it to move around, right? So what I'm gonna do is create, how can we go about this? Okay, I'm gonna create two vectors. Here in the variables, gonna go position, final position. And I'm gonna put it as a vector. I'm gonna open its size so it's instance editable, and here I'm gonna press in show 3D widget. What this will allow me, if I compile and save, is that now here I can see a final position there, right? So what I'm gonna do now is this final position, I'm gonna move it slightly forward here, 100 maybe, compile, save it, and the project settings, no, here it is, my map, final position, and I now can easily select it and move it around. So I want to go from the start position to its final position, and maybe wait a little bit before doing that, right? So now what we need to do is to make it walk, and we will do that in the next video. And by next video I meant the next section, which is this one. So let's make it walk. The AI needs to know about its surroundings. Otherwise, if we put a block here, something like this, maybe shapes a cube, it will be stuck. So we need to do some path finding. Unreal already has a component of path finding that will do things very automatically. Here, I'm gonna click add, I'm gonna select volumes, and here we have a nav mesh bounce volume. And where is it? Here it is. This is the volume of a nav mesh. A nav mesh is a mesh that will be coloring all the parts of the map that I can walk around in. If I wanted to see the nav mesh, we can go to show, and here navigation, or just press P. And right now it's a little section, so I'm gonna increase the volume of this nav mesh. It should be around in brush component, and it's not here. Well, I thought there was a value here I could change, but what I'm gonna do is just scale it. Here in the map, I'm gonna press R, scale, it was R, right? Yes, R. And just scale it around, and we will see how our nav mesh, it's drawing everywhere we are able to walk around, and right now it's not much. But if we scale it in the sea, there it is. Now it's painting everywhere it can walk around. Pretty nice. I'm gonna press P again to stop seeing it. And with the nav mesh created, and we should really put this right here in a folder called maybe AI. I believe it doesn't matter right now because I'm gonna create another level either way. But well, let's put a folder AI nav mesh. Good enough. The guard probably should also go to AI. Right click it, and let's move it to AI. Perfect. Now that the nav mesh exists, my AI can get that information and move around. So if I put my final position maybe here on top, we can tell it to go there. Now, let's do that. We're gonna need to open my guard. I'm gonna edit it, and I'm gonna close these other materials. And now, what I'm gonna do is go to my event graph, and I just want to check if it's working. So in my begin play, I'm gonna tell it move AI, and here it is, move to location or actor, simple move to actor, simple move to location. If I select the move to location or actor, yeah, we can lock all AI logic. We can maybe, yeah, we can set up the goal location here. So my final position, and the logically you would just need to do something like this, but this vector is in a relative location. So this vector currently is 100. 100 is not the goal location. 100 is, where is 100? X is here. And where is here? If I press F, is here. So in order for this to work, I need to add to this final position the current actor location. And for now, let's try it. Let's see if this is working. This is not working because the controller, the blueprint is not an AI controller. Therefore, controller must have a connection. This controller, we already know about player controllers because that's how we, the player, send inputs. But the AI needs also a controller, so it simulates the inputs. We're gonna create a controller for our character. We're gonna go to a content drawer. We're already in the enemy, so let's right click it, blueprint class, or I believe it's also in the, no, it's not in the artificial intelligence. So blueprint class, and we're not gonna find it here. We're gonna need to open up all classes and select AI controller. And here it is, AI controller, the basic one, and select this parent. Gonna call it AI controller guard. And this AI controller, I really don't need to put anything here for now. What I'm gonna do is in my guard, gonna go to the class settings. I'm not finding what I want to here, so let's go to class defaults, and in Pawn, here we have an AI controller class. Let's select the one that we just created, AI controller. Also, auto possess AI, not only when I place it in the world, I'm gonna put it in place in the world or spawned, just in case later you guys want to spawn more guards. But it will work for my case if I just leave it in place in the world. But for now, I leave it there. And here we need to get the controller. So get AI controller, like this. Let's compile. Now it should be fine. Great. Now let's press play and see if our actor moves. And I didn't see it move, so we can also here in the map press simulate, and it's not moving around. Let's press selected viewport, and how is it moving there? Gonna put my camera here, watching that way to see what's happening, and it's starting there automatically. Why though? Oh, it's not moving. It's not it's not moving at all. So what is happening then? Gonna open this, and here I'm gonna see if the request failed. Failed. or is the request finished? Finish. Let's press play. Seems it's not doing anything at all. So gonna put here in progress, and it seems it's in progress, but it's not doing anything. How would we solve this? Stop on overlap, accept partial path, maybe yes. No, it's not moving either way. Let's put a simpler goal for now. So here, I'm gonna put it near my character card. The goal should be pretty easy to get. It's not moving around. And let me check. And the issue was that let's just return everything to default here. Default, default, and default. Let's close all the details. Here, we don't have a control actor. So here, let's just use the sub. Otherwise, this was a non-value. And now if we press play, it is going to the place I asked it to. Gonna check if it's still working. If I tell it to go here, gonna press play, and it is kind of working. We can debug the movement using tilde, and then we can open the AQS perception or 0 with nav mesh, and you need to do those numbers with the numpad. I don't have a numpad right now, so let me open up a virtual keyboard. And with this virtual keyboard, I'm going to try to select 0 was the nav mesh. 1. Oh no, I believe I need to do it something like this. 0. And yeah, that's it. Right now, it seems my path is not a good one, because probably it can't find let's press P, a way to get there. So we can also enlarge this, so my agent can pass, and now it is working correctly. It is going there. Excellent. Now that we have the guard movement, we can make it patrol also. I'm gonna delete it. Gonna also press P so I don't need to see this. And I'm gonna make it patrol from here. Here it is. And its final position will be here. Right. I'm gonna open up the guard. And this is the code that is making everything work. We just needed to set up an AI controller and assign it to this character. So the same way we're controlling events in the game mode, we're gonna do it something very similar. So custom event, start patrolling. And when we start patrolling, what I want to know is the end vector and the start vector, which are the locations, right? This is the final position, but I'm gonna call it customizable. Oh, final position. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna create another vector. Call it world initial location, and I'm gonna set it, and I'm gonna use the current get actor location. Right now, we need an a final position, right? And let's call it, let's duplicate this, world final location. And I'm gonna set it up here. And maybe this will not be called start patrolling. Let's press F2, cut it, and let's call it guard setup. And here I'm gonna call another custom event, and this one, it should be start patrolling. Start patrolling should be just running this node. So guard setup will set up the locations, the two locations I need in the world style. So world final location is the current position and the final position that we can tweak in the map. Now we have the two locations that we need. Start patrolling, what it will do, it will send the message to my character, this message, and we can disconnect this. And the guard setup, I wanted to call it as soon as possible, so here, guard setup. I'm gonna put this here. This start patrolling, when it's called, what I want to do is use the go location. Now, we have a world initial location and a world final location. What we are going to do is we need to know if our guard is going backwards or it's going forwards, right? If it's going forwards, then you should go to the final location, and if you're coming back, then you should go to my world initial location. For this to work, we need to create a variable to save the state. Is going to the goal, and instead of final location, I'm gonna change it to goal location. That wasn't it. Is this no, let me change it to goal location. There it is. Compile, save it. So I have initial location, goal location, much better. And it's going to goal should be a boolean. By default should be going to the goal, and if it is going to the goal, then I should choose the goal location, and if it isn't, I should choose the initial location. I could create an if here, but I believe I already used this type of node. I'm gonna use a select node, and the one in the utilities category here. In the index, I'm gonna connect it to the is going to the goal. And now we have a false. If it isn't going to the goal, then you're going to the initial location. But if it's true, if we're going to the goal, then let's just use the goal location. Let's compile, save. And how are we going to ask it to start patrolling? Well, we should only start patrolling if our game starts. We know when the game starts with the game mode. So let's open the game mode, Ctrl P, GM. Here it is, my game mode. And here we have the start game. Starting the game should make all the guards start patrolling. So I'm gonna use something very similar here. So before the game is in progress, and I'm gonna move this here. Before the game is in progress, I'm gonna use a sequence node to first get all actors of class. Here I'm gonna select the guard. And for each guard, I'm gonna make it start patrolling. And oh, I need to for each guard. This is the reference of the current guard. I'm gonna tell it to start patrolling like this. And after sending that message to every guard, then we can make the game and update its current state to game is in progress. So let's compile, save, and let's see if it's working. Play. And it hasn't moved around. So let's see if this start patrolling is being called here in the guard. Right click, toggle breakpoint, let's press play. We are starting. We can click here to step to the next node. We are going to the goal, it's true. My goal location, it's 0. And my world initial location is also 0, so this isn't being executed. Why? Gonna press F9 here, and let's press play. Okay, so my setup is running after my start patrolling. This has a lot to do on how the game loads its classes. So to avoid this type of bugs, here in the standby phase, or well, in the setup phase, before calling anything else, what we are going to do is add some delay. Let's just add a little delay, like maybe 2 seconds, or 1 second should be enough, even 0.2, but for now 1 or 0.2, yeah, it should be really enough. We only just need 2 or 3 frames. Let's press play, and now it should start patrolling because all the actors run their begin play event, excuse me. So that means that everything is being set up here. And after that little setup, we can start with the standby phase where everything has been set up. We are just waiting for it to start the game. Now, pretty good, pretty good. Oh, and here I have a little logic problem. Let's do something like this, because oh no, it's not. No, it's not a logic problem. I thought I was I thought I was running this a lot of times, the times of the get actors. So, but I just getting here this value and that's it. We are not using the for each node. Well, now it's working. We are making it go to the initial location. We just need to make it go to the other location. So we know it finishes because here it should run finish. If we press play, right now it's in progress, and then finish. Great. So we can delete this. And when it finishes, I want it to wait a little bit. So here I'm gonna ask a delay in the logic. How much do I want it to wait? I don't have a particular number in mind, so I'm gonna do a random float in range. A minimum of 1 second and a maximum of 3 seconds. Or maybe it's too little. We can tweak it later. 3 seconds minimum and a maximum of 5. These should really be variables. Minimum time to wait before patrolling again, and it doesn't matter if the variable is the name is too big. What it matters is that it is easy to understand it. And here promote to variable max time to wait before patrol. And now if we compile, we have the same numbers, and we can I'm gonna open its eye so we can tweak it around later, and it is easier to understand that these values should be changed. So we're gonna wait these seconds, this time of seconds, Maybe 5 is too much. 4 and 3, 2.5. And after the delay, what I'm gonna set is, oh, now we are not going to the location to the goal anymore. Or well, if I was going to the goal, now I need to return, or if I was returning, I need to go to the goal. So I'm gonna get the current value and negate it with the not boolean. Here it is math boolean, not boolean. So we get the other value. And then I'm just gonna ask it again to start patrolling. Start patrolling. Now with this value changed, it will select the other vector. So it will select the initial location, start patrol again, world okay, goal location. So let's compile, save it, and press play. It's moving around. It's gonna wait a random number between 2.5, and then it patrols again. Pretty nice. Now why it's using that way of moving around, I don't know. It seems it liked it. But now my enemy is patrolling. Now that we have our pawn patrolling, we should make it so it can see us and do something when it sees us, right? So, I mean, you can patrol around all you want, but if you are not gonna detect me, then it's not very a good feature to have. So let's do that. We're gonna go to the AI controller of this guard, double click it, and add some component. Here I'm gonna open the full blueprint, and for the AI to start interacting with something it can see or something it can hear, we are gonna use the pawn sensing component. This pawn sensing, we can set up its initial values here. We have a sight radius, sensing interval, hearing threshold, and for now I'm gonna enable sensing updates, only sense players, see pawns, hear noises. I really don't need for it to hear noises. This component will have an event when it sees something or hears something. So I want to know what happens when I see a pawn. And when I see a pawn, a good way to debug it is to draw debug sphere. I did some tests before this video, because you should be able to see it by opening the tilde key and pressing 4 on the numpad, but it wasn't working for me, maybe because it's a preview version. But any case, if you can use that, it's better than this, but because I don't have access to it, I'm just gonna draw a debug sphere. I'm just going to put here get actor location. This is the center. This may be 20. Duration 3, thickness 5. Compile, save it. And now this pawn should see me. There it is. It is sensing me. If I needed more accuracy, then I could make it sense in a shorter interval, right? So for now, I'm gonna go to my game mode, and I want to let my guard stay in place, so it is easier to debug. What do I want to debug? Well, first the radius, the angle, the perception angle, because here it should not sense me. Doesn't seem too fair. I mean, a human maybe could probably use some peripheral vision, but that wouldn't make the game too much fun. even it could even make it feel really like the machine is cheating or very unjust. So I'm gonna reduce that cone to maybe 45. See if that's better. It's sensing me here. Yeah, 45, maybe too much. Maybe 35. Play. Yeah, and now it sees me. Ah, great. But the other thing I need to tweak is, for example, here. Doesn't make sense that it can see me here. I'm too far away. Right, so here you should see me. You should see me. And maybe from here, I could be off the hook, right? So doesn't make too much sense for this guy to see me from there. So I'm gonna reduce the side radius to 700. Play, and now let's see if it's acceptable. It's seeing me here. It's seeing me here. It's not seeing me here. Maybe it's a little... Or maybe it really seems fine to me. Because this AI will be moving around. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe 800. And this is how we're tweaking the values. If later it feels too hard to beat, then we can change it to make it easier. No problem. Let's compile and save. Now we must check if we are sensing our main character. So it's a good idea to cast main character. And now it only will work with this main character when my guard senses or sees the main character. I'm gonna put this here on top so I know I want to delete it later. And after seeing the main character, we should do something to stop the patrolling. The patrol behavior, right now I have put it inside my guard. Here it is. We have start patrolling. We should have stop patrolling. And it's a custom event. Stop patrolling. And we also should have states, because now we have a state where it should be idle, a state where it's patrolling, a state where it's just looking around, well, in idle, and then maybe some state to attack the character. So here gonna create an enumeration which will help us with these states, just like we did with the first shooter game, that we have different states here because we can't have two states at the same time. Well, the same thing we want with our guard. This will be the enumerator for guard states. And inside it, I'm gonna add, well, the first should be none. The next one should be idle. The next one should be patrolling. And this one should be attacking, maybe. Yeah, sure. Let's save. And this type of states we would be able to create also if later we want to do more AI. These are more easier to create inside behavior trees, but we would need to explain a lot of the basics of that. So let's not waste too much time. Let's just get moving. So I'm gonna create the state here, guard state, or guard current state, or better yet, current guard state. Gonna put here guard states, compile it, save it. By default is none, so in the setup I should set it up as idle. Right. And I want to handle every time I set up my guard state, so the same thing we did with the game mode. I'm gonna collapse it to a function and call it handle guard handle new guard state. I'm gonna double click it and I'm gonna put this here. We don't want to enter the same state more than once, so if this new, and I should call this variable new guard state, if this new guard state is equal to the current one, and I should have chosen enum, here it is. Or well, if it is equal, I don't want to do anything, so I'm gonna put this. If it is not equal, I want to do something, so it's easier to understand when the logic when the logic is positive. When what you want to do is in the true node, it becomes easier to understand. And here I'm gonna get new guard state. It's the same variable, but I can organize it better. Here I'm gonna do the same switch we did before, and now we have some states. The idles should do nothing. We will tell it to, well, if the previous state was patrolling, which could be good to save also. So I'm gonna duplicate this here, right click, duplicate, or Control D, and I'm gonna save it as previous guard state. This previous guard state, well, where can I save it? We have a new guard state, we have the current one. Before we assign the new to the current one, we need to assign the previous, which the current guard state. So first, before setting the new guard state, maybe the new one is idle. Right now I'm in none. Then, oh, this is different than none. This goes to true. None will be the previous guard state. Guard state, the new one is idle, so current becomes idle and the previous is none. So this way we're saving the previous guard state. So if we're going to idle and the previous guard state, and I have a typo here, yeah, hopefully you spell that word like that. And here, if this was patrolling, I should stop patrolling. If this is true, stop patrolling. If my new state is patrolling, then, well, we should start patrolling. And if it's none, well, I shouldn't really do anything. Attacking, we will do something. And we're gonna change the way here in my first shooter game. Instead of start patrolling, we're gonna handle new guard state, and it should go to patrolling. Because by default, when I create this character, if I go to event graph, I'm setting it in idle, right? In the setup, it's going to idle, so it doesn't do anything. If then my game mode set it to patrolling, and I'm gonna save all, then it should go here. And here, I want to end this task, so I need a reference to it. Let's promote it, and let's call it patrolling task. Oh, moving task. Reference. Now with this, I want to know if this executes. This should run once, I believe. And if I stop patrolling, what I want to do is check if this was valid. And if it is, then I should stop it. I believe stop. No, that's not it. End task. Yeah, there it is. Now I want to see if it is working, right? And well, in the AI controller, here I need to do something else. Right now I'm just detecting it, but if it's the main character, I'm gonna get my control pound, because right now I'm in the AI controller. The AI controller is possessing the guard. So this control pound is my guard. I can cast to the guard. And here I can ask it to handle the new guard state. And I'm gonna set it up as idle. So if it goes to idle and the previous state was patrolling, then I'm gonna stop patrolling. And I'm gonna put a breakpoint here with F9 or right click and toggle breakpoint, just to see if it's working. Let's save all, let's press play. Here is my guard. Here it should see me eventually. Didn't see me. Didn't see me because we didn't draw debug anything. So maybe there it is. There it sends me. Patrolling. If I put here a step into or F11, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna see if this is a valid reference, so I can go to the next step. Here it seems that this reference is class unknown. If it is valid, it will go forward, otherwise it will continue. It wasn't valid, so it didn't stop moving, that's why. And well, I need to see why that reference is not valid now. So to understand if my reference is valid or not, I'm gonna use a tick event. This runs every frame. And I want to ask if this is valid. And if it is valid, so I want to see if this is getting a value when it sets here. If it is valid, I'm just gonna print in the screen the display name it should have. If it isn't, I shouldn't see anything. And the duration, I'm gonna put 0, so I don't have my screen filled with logs. Gonna press play. And now we see in the right corner, right top corner, that something is created, but when the movement finishes, then it stops. And here it worked. I'm gonna F9 so I can see if it's working, and it did work. It did work. So this pound, when it's moving, it needs 0.5 seconds in order for it to detect me. So maybe if I want to make it more realistic, it should be a little bit less. Should be maybe 0.3. It's still not as fast as the tick, probably. Well, depends on your machine. But now if I press play and I put myself here, it should detect me very fast, very easily. So that stops the behavior, which is what we wanted. So excellent. So the last thing we need to add to our guard is a way of interacting with the player. Initially I was gonna do an attack, but if I wanted for it to look cool enough, I will need to add some animations and a weapon, and it becomes too much of outside of the scope I wanted of this tutorial. So what we're gonna do is, well, the guards. So the mechanic it will have is that if it sees you maybe for more than, I don't know, 3-4 seconds, then it alerts the whole base and you lose because, well, you are discovered, right? In that time you should be able to shoot the guard and stop it for sounding the alarm. But that's the mechanic the guard will have. It will be a lot more simpler, and the tutorial is already too long as it is. So in my guard I have the states, and I'm gonna modify the states that I had here, the eGuard states. You can also open it with Ctrl P and search for guard. Click this. Instead of attacking, it will be reporting or sounding the alarm. Reporting. This report will make it stay in place and start notifying or start sounding the alarm. Let's save it. Now in my guard I should have in my event graph a custom event called start report. And another one to stop the report. And with these two nodes, I can modify the way we handle the new guard state. So let's double click my function. And if we are going to idle, and well, if our previous state was patrolling, then we stop patrolling. But if our previous state was reporting, and this changes immediately because my enumerator is being used here. So let's change. If the previous state was reporting, then what I'm gonna do is stop reporting. Stop the report. Stop the report. Should change it to stop reporting, but we can change it in the event graph. I want to do these two validations, so I'm gonna add a sequence node. Something like this. I could also use this previous guard state and do a switch and remove this sequence and this idle. If the previous was patrolling, then immediately we can change it to stop patrolling. If the previous was reporting, we can change it to stop the report. That I'm gonna change to stop reporting. So it's a little bit easier to understand now. And it's a little bit more cleaner. If we were patrolling and we are going back to the patrol, then we should do something very similar with the stop the report. We want first to stop what we were doing before. Here I will use a sequence. First I'm gonna stop the report, And then we want to start patrolling, excuse me. Always we want to start patrolling. So that is why this is not taken in consideration here. And reporting will start, well, we should also do something similar. If we start the report, well, we're gonna enter the report state. First, we need to check if we were patrolling, and if we were, then we can stop patrolling. And instead of starting the patrol, we can start the report. And now we have these states handled. Let's compile and save. And with this, we can go to event graph, and let me change this to start reporting and stop reporting. And whenever we change it, that we want to change it using this handle new guard state, here we're changing the state and saving the previous value, then the corresponding functions, or well, events in this case, will be called. Great. So now we need to implement the report. When do we want to change it? Well, in my AI controller, instead of, oh, you don't need to go to idle, you need to start reporting. And then we need to know if we are still seeing this character, right? So we need to get, can we get? Oh, here we can see it in the viewport. Pretty nice, right? We can change the radius and it should increase. We need to get this sensing interval. So can I get it? I'm not really sure. Found sensing, get sensing interval. Yeah, I can get it. Perfect. And I want to check every time, well, with this, what I'm gonna do is that if I sense my character, then after this time, I want to clean that variable of the sensed character, right? So what I'm gonna do is save this. Or no, it could lead to some problems if I do it like this. Okay, I just figured out a way to solve this problem, and we will do it like some RPGs handle this. So this event will fire every X time that is set up in the sensing interval. So every time I detect the character, I'm gonna add it like stacks of being noticed. And if they accumulate, I don't know, maybe 10, maybe 5, we will see. We will end the game because it was detected completely, right? So how can I do this? Well, we can have in my AI controller or in my guard, and wherever it would make more sense, maybe the guard, the controller only needs to handle the directions, right? So the guards could be, yeah, the guard could be a good place. In my blueprint for the guard, I don't need these states anymore. Whenever I start reporting, what I'm gonna do is add a stack of, I don't know, awareness. I'm gonna call it awareness level. And this is gonna be an integer. What I want to do is raise the awareness level. as a function because I want here to set this level, well, increase it. Can do it like this. And if it reaches more or equal to, I'm gonna promote this to a variable, call it max awareness level, that I'm gonna set up as maybe 5, because we are raising the awareness level every 0.3 seconds. So if it reaches more than that, then we should end the game. A way we can end the game is through the game mode. And I don't remember if we created a lose condition, but we will see. I believe I only had end game or lose. No. So let's open my game mode. Here we should have standby phase, setup phase, game is in progress, end the game, you win, you lose. Oh, we have an end game, yeah. Okay, so let's end the game. And the lose state, we will choose lose. And that's pretty much it for the raise awareness level. So here I'm gonna, where is it? Level awareness, event graph, start reporting, raise the level the awareness level. I'm gonna print here to see if it's working. I want to print no, not the max one, the awareness level. Get it and put it in the print string. Raise awareness level, start reporting, seems, and the max one is 5. Let's try it. Let's see if it is working. Should stop. One. Only one. I thought it was gonna fire multiple times. If it's not fire multiple times, here you lost me. If it is not fire multiple times, then we can handle it a little bit better. It's because we are using the new guard state, and if it is the same as the previous one, well, if we're entering the same state, then we are not doing this part. I could create a new condition here to make it work. Okay, so it's entering only once. So that's actually good, because here in the start reporting we can raise the awareness level, and then we can create a timer. Yeah, we can create the timer from here, so it can gradually raise the awareness level. So we can do it something like this: set timer by function, and I want to call the raise the awareness level every X seconds. Maybe if I put 1 here, it will take 5 seconds for my character to be detected, because we are raising the awareness level by 1, and we have the max awareness level at 5. So we could change this to maybe 0.5. So it's not 5 seconds, it's 2.5. And I'm gonna put it looping. Here I'm gonna save this variable, promote it. This is my raise awareness timer. And to stop the timer in the stop reporting, we just need to call, well, we need to get this raise awareness timer and clear and invalidate. Perfect. So now it should, as soon as it sees me, it should stop and raise the awareness level. And now I lose the game. Really nice. And I need to handle that so I don't lose multiple times. Handle new shooter game state. New shooter game state end game and lose. So I don't lose multiple times. I forgot about that. Great. Now our way of losing is working. That's perfect. What we need to do now is make a way to call this stop reporting to change the behavior of reporting, because even though I leave its range, it's still reporting us. So we need to change the way it is reacting to us. So in the AI controller, what I'm gonna do is have a timer that will reset our variable that should hold what is in. So for example, we need to access probably to this main character. So what I'm gonna do is create a variable that is a character, main character ref. Here is a character and just a character, not our main one. And I'm gonna save this variable here, something like this, and I'm gonna connect it like that. Perfect. So this sets the character every time we are sensing it. Right. After doing this setup, and well, calling to the reporting that will only get called once, because this handle new guard setup function only receives a new state. What we could do is create a timer. So we need a timer that will call an event, and that event will clean this variable. So what we can do is, here I'm gonna call this lost site, and well, it's a custom event, so I'm gonna create a custom event, and here lose site of main character. And losing site means this main character is clean, and also it means that the guard will go back to patrolling. Or well, it could go back to idle, and then from idle it can go back to patrolling. Maybe we can create another state that is looking around, where it just stays in place, and then after a time it will go back. But let's go back to patrolling. We'll see that it may look a little bit weird, and then maybe we can create another state. So when we lose the site of main character, we clean up the reference and we go back to patrolling. Perfect. So here, and I will create a timer. Set timer by event. And if you see the description, it says set a timer to execute delegate. Setting an existing timer will reset the timer with updated parameters. So if we call a timer, let's say I want to call this, let me delete this event I'm gonna bind it to this one, which is loose side, should be right here. And I want to execute this if for 1 second this is not being called. Because here I'm gonna call it, it will pass 1 second, and then it will call this event. But if we call it again before 1 second, this will reset with the parameter of again 1 second. Maybe 1 second's too much. 0.5 could be better to give a better chance to my character. And this should be called every 0.3 seconds. So this should be updated before. So if I'm still seeing my main character, then this timer will be reset. So let's try it. Let's try it. Is this patrolling? Yeah. Here we have it. See me. It sees me. And it lost me, and then immediately it went patrolling. Yeah, it looks a little bit weird, but that's the way we are making my AI controller lose sight of me. Now, I told you it looked weird because it's immediately changing behavior, but it would be a lot better if, oh, it lost sight of me and then it stayed there, like wondering, oh, what happened to the guy I was seeing, right? And also, we need to reset the level of awareness once it loses us. So, what we're gonna do is create another state. Guard state, we are gonna create a new enumerator, and I'm gonna call it looking for player. This should only be called if we lose sight of our character. Let's close it and let's go back to my AI controller. And we already have where to set this new state. And we need to compile the guard, I believe. Save. Here it is. Looking for player. And what are we going to do when we are looking for player? Well, we have not defined it yet. So we need to first stop reporting. That's a basic thing. So if we need to create it like this, and believe me, this will be easier when you start researching more about behavior trees. You wouldn't need to have so many nodes here, but let's do it like this so it's easier to understand. So we're looking for the player. If the previous state was patrolling, then we stop patrolling. If the previous state was reporting, we stop reporting. I don't know how we could call looking for player if we were patrolling, but just in case, it's good to have it like there. And we need to start looking for the player. This is another custom event. And we won't have like a start and an end. We just look for player. We need an amount to look for the player, and let me finish this function. Look for player. We stop patrolling, stop reporting if needed, and here look for player. This will just make my character stand in the place, and I want to define how much time it should be standing or looking for the player. So I'm gonna call a delay. If you need, we already did this type of example where we have a random value and we can set up the limits. So then I'm just gonna make this really simple and just put maybe 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, it will give up. Now, at any moment, we haven't reset this awareness level. So we should have another function called reset awareness level. And now in here we just need to set this awareness level to 0. Compile it, save it. Let's go back to the event graph and let me close this other function so it doesn't get too messy. And we're looking for the player. After this delay, we want to know if we are, well, reporting again or we have seen the player again. So a way to know if we're seeing the player is if in my AI controller this variable is set, because this variable will only be set if we are seeing the player. So I'm gonna check here if after this delay, if or web branch, if I get from my controller get AI controller, control actor is this, or well, self, you can also type self or this, it will work either way. Gonna cast it to my AI guard, and I'm gonna get this variable called main character ref. If this is valid, oh, and I didn't need to delete that. Is valid because is valid comes in two forms, and this one is just a boolean. If this is valid, then we don't need to remove the current awareness level. We don't need to reset it, because it would make sense that if we had this type of behavior where, oh, I'm here, I'm the guard, and I found you, and then I lost you, so this becomes like a question mark. Then if I appear again, we shouldn't start from 0 awareness level because I already saw you. But if you leave by this amount of time and it doesn't find you, then we can put the awareness level back to 0 and maybe play a sound effect. In Skyrim, the guards always used to say when they lose you, it must be the wind. It sounds stupid, but it gives you like a good feeling where the guards loses you. And maybe we can do our version of that. But for now, this, if it is true, then we are still looking at the main character. But if it is false, so I'm gonna call it like this, not boolean. So we negate this value. So if it is not valid, what I want to do is reset the awareness level. And after resetting the awareness level, we will go back to patrolling. Now we need to handle what would happen if we are looking for the player and then we see it again. It will call start reporting. So yeah, we don't need to worry too much about this other behavior. It should be fine. Here, only here we need to call start patrolling. So let's check it, and here in raise the awareness level, I'm gonna print this value just to know that it is working. Let's compile, save, and let's see if our guard can report us. So come on, see me. 1, 2, 3, it loses me. 4. Now it reset it, so if it search for me again, it's 1, it lost me here. 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 5, you lose. And let me see if it regains the counter. 1, 2, 3, gonna appear again. 3, 4, 5, appear again. 5. Oh, it reset it. 2, 3. Oh, and there I have a little problem where we didn't stop the patrolling that we called, but just tweaking around some mechanics. Gonna leave this here, and I'm gonna also put in the reset awareness level. Gonna print this value, which should always be 0. I'm gonna put it like this, so I know I should delete it. So now we can test around. This can report me if it finds me. Yeah, it did work. So pretty nice. Now we have a guard that can report us. And with that, we can go to the level. Maybe it should be a good idea to have a way of showing that the guard can see us, right? So let's do a little implementation of that. A good way to show it is just like Metal Gear Solid, where we have on top of the guard just a exclamation text. So here I'm gonna add a text render component. This text render should be on top. I'm gonna modify the horizontal alignment of this to the center. And yeah, that's pretty much it. The text will change from here. I'm gonna make it a lot bigger, I believe. Yeah, word size, there it is, maybe 60. And by default, it will not be visible in game. It will be hidden in game. So with this, we need to make it change depending on what my character is doing. And where could we handle that? Well, every time it changes state, we can handle the way we will do stuff here. So if it is in idle, well, if we first do these checks, then we can do whatever we want to do always. So these are something conditional that can happen if the previous state was this, but always when I'm in idle, what I want to do is the text render, I want to set it to hidden in game. Hidden in game, and I'm gonna put true. This I'm gonna put like this, and we can comment this as the idle state. Here in the patrol state, what I'm gonna do is just, yeah, set it hidden as well, because when it's patrolling, I really don't want to show that it's patrolling. I only want to show something when we are reporting the character. And as well, I'm gonna comment it as the patrol state. When we are reporting, then we start reporting, and we will make this text render. Instead of hidden in game, we're gonna make it visible, and we're gonna set the text. Set the text to, and I'm gonna put here literal text. We're gonna set it to a exclamation. I'm gonna copy this, and if we enter the look for player, let's not forget to put the reporting state. And if we enter the look for player state, instead of an exclamation point, I'm gonna have a question mark. So now let's put this looking for player state. Now let's compile, let's save, let's press play, and let's see if it's working. It is reporting, it lost me, then Now it's looking for me. And we didn't... What? Why did it stay like that? Well, now weird stuff is happening. We need to know what's happening now. If we... Let's see. Well, this reveals that somewhere in the logic there are some flaws. And the first one would be right now it should be able to see me, lose me, and after returning to patrol it should remove that, and it's not happening. So let's see in my handle. This is new hidden, this is new hidden, patrolling. New hidden should be working. Let's check if it's working very easily. Yeah, it's patrolling, it's fine. It stays hidden. Should see me here. Should lose me. And it's not entering that start patrolling. What I will do then, I'm gonna use the tick to check my states. The tick becomes a very powerful tool to see what's happening. In this case, gonna create a sequence, and now I'm gonna print string. 0 duration is fine. Every tick, I want to know what's the state of my guard, because there's something that is not working as I would like it to. Right now it's patrolling and it stays in patrolling. It didn't see me. Should see me here reporting, and now it's looking for player, but it's still moving around. So if it's looking for the player, look for the player, we should make it stop patrolling, but we are making it stop patrolling here. Look for the player, we check. If it was patrolling, then we stop patrolling. Just to be sure, I'm gonna put here the another sequence, and I'm gonna check if this moving task is running or is valid. And if it is, then I want it to end task, just to make really sure that it is not happening. And I'm gonna put a breakpoint there to know if it is running or not. Reporting. We end the task. It is happening now. Let's press play. And now we're looking for the player, but we are still moving. What the F? It's reporting, looking for the player. Somewhere we are calling this patrolling. Otherwise I don't explain myself what's happening. This will start the patrol, and I'm gonna put it with a strong color, maybe a bright pink. Compile, and I want the duration to be 3 seconds. play it. We are starting the patrol. We are starting the patrol again. It's looking for the player. I'm gonna now stay in front of it. Okay, so something is calling this start patrolling. Maybe we have a timer here. Oh, this delay here is the cause of this. Okay, so because of this delay, even though we are stopping the patrol, we are not stopping this delay and it's starting the patrol again. So we're gonna change it to a timer, which will make it a lot more easier. So if this finishes, instead of a delay, we're gonna set a timer. Set timer by event. And we will just call this start patrolling. Like this. We already know how to do this. Create event start patrol. The time, we have the time right here. And we need to create this timer. And we will call it patrol timer. Now we just need to delete this. If the move finishes, we will create this timer. We don't need to put it in looping because this is just calling it again. And we need to check these two this still needs to be here, so we can go back and forward. I'm gonna put it like this so it's easier to understand. Now with this timer, when we stop the patrol, we are not only going to end the task, but we are also going to stop the timer. And here we will clear and invalidate this timer. So that way we are making it so we are not calling the move actor location again. So let's try it again. When we stop the patrol, we should just report stuff. And I'm gonna stay here. Ah, come on. Reporting stuff. It's still moving around? What? This is clearing the timer. This shouldn't start then. Let's see what's calling the patrol then. The first time is the... When I'm gonna put myself here. There we are not calling anything. But we are entering the looking for player, and I'm not sure I'm liking that. So this is a debugging masterclass. With my game running, I'm gonna go to the handle player state and check when we are calling this. So the look for player, I'm gonna press F9 and check why are we looking for the player. If we want more information of the execution of our game, then we can go to debug, blueprint debugger, and here we can see the call stack, and double clicking it will make it go backwards. So this comes from the AI controller card, and this is losing the main character maybe too fast. And this loose side is here, and this loose side is being called by this. So am I not reading the character fast enough? Let's do something. Let's put this to 0.7. No, 0.7. Like this. And see if it is still working wrongly for us. Because the character should, if I'm in front of it, it should never go to looking for nothing. And now it seems to work correctly. Maybe the timing was wrong. And if I move from it, then we're looking for the player, and then it's going back to the patrol, which now seems to be correctly. Reporting. Oh, and now it on. Well, first we need to fix this part where it's looking for us, and then it loses us, and then it start patrolling, but the text is still on top. So that has to do with this part. New hidden. This doesn't seem to be working correctly for some reason. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine there, but here it pops up looking for player, and it should. It's not entering here. Why? What? Am I not calling the patrolling after losing? Oh, I'm not. I'm not. I believe I'm not calling the patrol here. Guard, looking for the player. I'm gonna delete this breakpoint because I believe I know where I fucked up. Excuse me, the language. Look for player. Delay. A controller. Start patrolling. This is not what we wanted to do. We need to handle the state. And here we are calling the patrolling. That's what's happening. Now let's see if it works. You will lose me now. And after some seconds, you will go back to patrolling, and now it's working correctly. Oh my lord. And if you see me again, yeah, now we can see it. And now we lose. Yeah. Ah, it was this one. But well, it will be a good example of debugging again here. And also something I wanted to add in this handling the text. This one, the text should be, can we change the color? Set text color. Should be white. I'm gonna make a color. Maybe. Do I have a way of getting a color easily? Maybe not. So let's just make a color. This should be white because blue, white or black. Don't remember that. Black. So if I put 1 in all these values, that will make it. Oh, alpha should be 0. This will make it white. And if I want it red, then red should be easier to get. Text render here. And red should be blue in 0, green in 0, and red in 1. Now, if it sees me, that should be red. Maybe I need to put the alpha in 1 in both cases. And now let's see what happens. Could it be that maybe I can't see the color because... how is it called, this color? Text render color. Oh, it's accepting values. Okay. We can we can do this. It's not from 0 to 1. My mistake. Now let's see what happens. Now you see me, it's red. Now you don't, it's white. And now it starts the patrol. Perfect. We just need to clean some debugging issues. And we can do it easily. If we press Ctrl F or here in Edit, we can put print to get rid of all this stuff. The tick, we don't really need it. We're gonna double click this. We don't really need this start patrol. We already know that it's working. Here is the print string for the awareness level. The same here. Compile it. We shouldn't have anything here. We can also debug. There's nothing there. Perfect. AI controller, I believe it does have this part. I don't know if Ctrl F has more. No. Print. No. And if you want to search in all blueprints, you can find in blueprints and search for print. There will be some macros that you don't want to modify, but you can check if there are more print strings here. The game ended, and well, this is fine because I don't have anything to show my player that the game has ended. But now we have a working guard, and also we have a player that can gather intel and all the good stuff and win, right? We only need to do it. Well, what we only is left to do is getting a level to test all these mechanics and a level to make it fun. And that's the last part of this tutorial, making the level. Before we start with the map, one thing I overlooked was the ability to shoot in this game. We really need to be able to shoot the guards in any case. So what we should be able to do is, well, activate the collisions for the guards. In this case, I'm gonna go to my content drawer, here at the guard, in the mesh, I'm going to change the collision, and instead of character mesh, I'm gonna put custom, and in custom I'm gonna put the visibility to block. Now we are using the visibility for the gun if I remember correctly, being rifle. So what we can also do is, instead of using the visibility, create another trace channel. This is a little bit advanced, but we can create another trace channel here in the project settings. Let's go to collision, and we had already object channel of projectile. Let's change it. Let's create a new trace channel called bullet, and the default response should be block. Now this will mean that this character, if I return it to what it was, the character mesh, will have the bullet and by default will be blocking. So we didn't need to change anything here in the character, only in the project settings. Now in the rifle, instead of using the visibility channel in this trace, here in the function primary use, we can, well, we need to compile, and we can choose bullet. Let's compile and see if now my gun is working correctly. It's still working like this, and we should be able to exactly collide with the mesh of this character, or well, the capsule in this case. For the capsule, in this guard, I'm gonna click on my capsule component, and I'm going to put in my collision presets custom, and here in bullet I'm gonna put ignore so I can collide with the character mesh directly. This way it's a more precise collision than what we had with the capsule. So yeah, that's even great. This will allow us that the rifle will be able to create damage to my guard. How would we do that? Well, inside Unreal, there is already a damage system. So if this hit is true, we will spawn the meter. This won't change, but if this actor, and I'm gonna do a sequence as we have always been doing when we are adding functionality, sequence, put it like this. If this actor is a character, then we're gonna apply some damage. Apply, and because a bullet hits in a specific point, I'm gonna put apply point damage. Now the base damage should be anything except 0. For now I'm gonna put 1 or maybe 10. This would be useful to us if we were using a health bar or something like that. But for now, 1 hit is 1 kill in this project. Hit from direction, we can get the normal. The hit info we can get from this out hit. The event instigator is the controller that do the damage. So in this case is get instigator, and I believe it's asking me for the controller, so get instigator controller. Damage causer is the blueprint that caused the damage, so this should be this rifle. And the damage class, well, the damage class we could get more in depth. Maybe this is a piercing damage or normal damage, fire damage, etc. But just leave it like this. This already applies damage. We just need a way to handle that damage. So let's compile here. Because if we press play and we shoot the guard, then nothing happens. Here in the guard, I'm gonna go to the event graph. I'm gonna close my other tabs. And just as we created this event, there exists already an event for damage. So in functions, we can go to override, or we can search for the 1 point damage, or we can just right click and here damage and apply damage. No, it's event. Any damage will be any type of damage, point damage, specifically for the point damage that we are doing. So let's use this, and it will give us some damage. Now what I want to do is kill this guard, so we need to create another state for this guard. So let's go to my guard state, add a new one called dead, save it. In my guard, now let's open my handle new guard state. If we compile and save, we should have another one here. So if it is dead, then we need to do something very similar to what we have been doing before. Something like this. Oops. Nope. And the last one should be the one that is more complete. So if it is dead, then a little sequence to keep everything nice and tidy. We will stop patrolling, stop reporting, stop looking for the player. That I believe they stop looking for the player. It handles itself, so there's no this delay. This delay could cause us problems. I'm gonna create here an if, and I'm gonna create a variable should can look for player. Like this. By default it should be true, or instead of this, maybe I can just check if my current guard state is not dead. Then I can keep looking for the player, otherwise we shouldn't look for the player. Something like this. Yeah, so after this delay I will check if I'm not dead, and if I'm alive, then go ahead and patrol again. Perfect. So let's go back to the handle. Stop patrolling, stop reporting, looking for player handles itself. And dying should just well, you shouldn't be able to do anything, so it's fine. It's almost like an idle. Let's compile, let's save, and let's go back to the event graph. What I want to do in the event graph is, well, handle the new guard state, that is death, make my capsule component collision enable. Collision should be no collision. My character mesh should what should we do with my character mesh? Well, we will change the profile. Collision, and here we have set collision profile name, and I want to enable the physics. So what I want to do here is go into the collision, and instead of character mesh, physics actor, right? So how is it called? Physics actor. We just need to type it exactly the same. And now I will set collision enabled. Instead of no collision, I will put full collision or physics only, whatever one it needs. And set physics, no asset, set simulate physics, this one. And simulate should be true. We can then press play, and whenever I hit it and do damage to it, it will simulate the physics. Now, with this in mind, we can add some impulse. So here, impulse at location. The impulse could be maybe For now, let's try JSON X 1000 just to know the location and the bone name. The bone name we can get from here, bone name. The location, hit location. The impulse, well, the impulse we don't have it. But with the normal, we can multiply it by and let's convert this pin to a float, and 1000. Because if it's just 100 in X, it will always apply the same type of impulse. It won't matter. Maybe it was too little. It really won't matter where our player was. It will always apply the location, the impulse there. So I'm gonna connect it like this. I'm gonna put it like this. Then the impact normal, hit normal, excuse me, should give me the direction where I want to add some impulse. Or let me put a higher value to see if it's really what I wanted to do. Yeah, it's the opposite way, so we can use that shot from direction. There it is. Let's press play and see if it's working. Yeah, maybe the shot... Oh, I gave it the wrong value. Excuse me, the hit normal is the one that is connected here. Yeah, this is the thing that I would need to change. Now let's press play. And we can blast. If it's still from the wrong direction, then it seems I sent the hit from direction to impact normal. It should be the same. We can just negate the hit normal. Instead of just doing it like this, we can put minus, and this will give us the direction that we needed. There we go. And it won't matter where we're shooting it from. Oh, I missed him by a little bit. There it is. Pretty nice. And we don't need to keep applying this type of collisions, or well, this type of effects, because I want to check if it's alive or not. Otherwise, we don't need to do all this stuff. And you can see how the pins, we have a lot of wires that are causing some confusion. I already got confused, so I'm gonna put this like this for the impact, and we can select both, press Q, and it will straighten up automatically. Q again. And we need that bone name. And there we have it. Only those cross, but what are we gonna do with it? So let's check if the current state is not dead. If it's not dead, then I'm alive, so it works for me. Now with this, we should be able to have more fun in the game. Let's save it, and it should be working correctly. Come on, run to me. I dare you. Yeah, and seems pretty fun. I was gonna use a lower value, but it's fun enough like it is. Before starting the level creation, I wanted to address a little bug that we have here that popped out when I was testing the map. So here we have the final position, it works, but if we rotate this, it's still going forward. It's not taking in account the rotation. In order to fix that, we're gonna enter this blueprint, edit it, and instead of using a vector here, I'm gonna use in my viewport a scene component. This will be my goal location scene. And for now, it's still gonna be a little bit forward. Let's compile it. And I'm gonna change the code so it uses that location. Everything is using the word initial location and goal word location. Here I'm gonna set it get, and this doesn't say location. There it is. From this component, let's get its word location, and this will take in account the rotation of my actual character. And we don't need to add this, just like this is fine. Let's compile, save it, and now let's see if it's working. Yeah, it is working. I cannot see it as visually like this, but here I can select my go location scene and we can move it around like this. If you needed to have a visual representation of it, and I don't really need that vector, here in the viewport, selecting the go location scene and then add a billboard. Yeah, billboard, any billboard should be fine. And I'm gonna reset its location so we can see visually where is my go location. And now I believe I do not need this final position. We can delete it because it's no longer being used. And here now I can select, not the billboard, select the location scene, and then move it around. We could also replace this scene by using just the billboard, but just using a scene is fine. With this, it doesn't matter where my character looks, it's still going to work like it should be working. Great. That's a bug that was causing me some troubles when creating and testing the map. So now that our character is feeling great, our mechanics are in place, we can finally build a map using the tools inside Unreal Engine. We just need to take in account that our character can move around, can sprint, can pick up a gun, can shoot, and has a double jump, and can pick some intel. So what we're gonna do is, well, let's create a map. New level, time of day, so we can get lightning out of the box. Let's delete stuff that we don't need, like this, and save it inside your project folder. Let's create a new folder called maps. And this level, I'm gonna call it map level 1. Great, gonna save everything. Now we're gonna use the modeling tools, and inside it we have a cube grid that we can use to create the map, or well, a block out of the map. This is the starting zone because this component, well, this actor is called a player start. So that is where the player will be spawned. I'm gonna create a floor for it. And here, the first mechanic I want to create is a jumping. So I'm gonna add it like this, and maybe gonna leave a space of 3 like this. And I'm gonna select the corner mode. Oh, and I have been using hotkeys. To add geometry here, you just need to select, and you can use the pull or push. These are E or push Q. It's pretty fast to prototype with this type of tool. And also, in this case, I can select this part, and I'm gonna put corner mode, which you can toggle with Z. In this mode, we can modify the corners. And if we press Q or C or E, we can make a little ramp like this, which, yeah, makes it a little more fun. If it's too flat, can get boring really easily. So let's test it. Let's put complete. Let's go back to my select mode. I'm gonna put display start here, and I'm gonna press the end key so it snaps to the ground. And I'm gonna press play. And here we have our character. We need to see if this jump is doable, and it is. And it feels like it is a right size. So good for us. Let's save everything. Be sure to keep saving your map because these tools are experimental. They are really cool, but if your engine crashes, you will lose your progress. And I'm telling you this because it already happened to me the first time I was trying to record this map. So now I'm using as a reference maps from Metal Gear Solid, which is a game that it's kind of similar to ours, right? Like a semi-stealthy game where combat is not the only route you can take. So you can look for inspiration. For example, here, I'm just looking at all the maps that there are in the game. And you don't need to copy and paste it. You can, but it can serve as a starting point. So be sure to look for some maps that resemble your type of game. Now, we already introduced the jump. I would like to introduce the enemies that will be the main obstacle that my game has. So a good way to do it is with a long hallway. And this is a mechanic usually that pops up in most games that has this type of mechanic. So let's go back to modeling tools. This is already selected. Let's cube grid. And here I'm gonna create a long hallway. Something like this. And I'm gonna pull it. And here I'm gonna put complete. Gonna go back to my select mode. And here I'm gonna put my character, my guard. So the enemy should be here. Should be looking this way. And the go location should be here. This way it will patrol around, and when it's looking the other way, I can sneak past him here. And why would I want to do that? Oh, let's save everything again. Select my mesh, select modeling, cube grid. And I would do that because here I want to get something that will enable my other mechanics. For example, the gun enables me to shoot. And it will be a good idea also to present the first Intel here. So what I could do is put an Intel here. And I want it to jump here like this. Just to get something like this. To make it look like the Intel is very important, because it's gonna make the player look upwards. So let's save everything and let's test it. I need to put an Intel here. Let's go to the select mode, the content drawer, and I'm gonna look for my Intel and I'm gonna put it right here, right in the middle. So let's check it. Let's press play. I know what to do. That won't move until we put a nav mesh, but it seems like it's space enough for it to move. So here there will be the Intel. Maybe later, if we want to polish this, we can add an up and down animation. But now that I know that something is floating there, then maybe also we can add a text so we can interact with it. We can pick it up and then we don't really know where to go. The things that I want to do with my player is to double jump here, and it's too far even for that. So now that I know that I can't jump this, then what I'm gonna do is let's go back to the modeling tools, cube grid, and this should be a little bit lower. Now I should be able to get there. Here I'm gonna put two paths, and at the end of this one I'm gonna put an Intel here, and at the other side I just want to have another type of jumping mechanic to teach the double jump. So I'm gonna teach the double jump. If I want to only move this selection, I can press Shift E, and I already jumped 2 times. Yeah, oh, 3 times. It's good. And now maybe a separation of how many could it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You should be able to make this, but we will test it just in case. So let's complete. Let's go back to the selection mode, save everything, press play, and let's see if we can make this jump. Oh, and I didn't put an Intel there, so I'm gonna put an Intel there. So right now we are making sure that you need to learn that you can be stealthy, because right now you start with no weapon, so you don't have another alternative. But once that, when we give the player the gun, that should be pretty soon. I got my Intel here. Got also my Intel. One jump won't be enough. Second jump. And well, we could also try to use the mechanic of, oh, you can sprint and jump and you can get really, really far, but that could be for later or for another type of map. This is an introduction map which just teach you the basics of the mechanics that you have. So more advanced maps will make you use the different type of mechanics that you already know and combine them, and this combination will make it seem like it's a lot more fresh, like you have more options that you really do. So for now, seems okay. Seems okay. I like it very much. I would like to do now is define where my drop zone, well, my extraction zone will be, and If it's an introduction zone, then the most easier way to get the player to know where to go is to show it at the start. So if you come here and you see a long hallway just in front, then you're gonna want to go there. Usually you just want to go forward and that's it. But in this case, what I could do is, and I'm gonna put it from here. I can select it from the floor, fine. What I can do, and this will take a drop. Like this. Okay, you have this. I would probably need to go there, but I need to put an obstacle that you can't be able to get through, right? So in this case, I could just create and put a guard there. So in order for you to progress, you need to get the gun so you can shoot this guard. And what I'm gonna do, because I really don't know, I believe I don't have a way to make the guard stay in place. I'm just gonna copy it, just gonna put it like this, and this goals in location will be just here, and I'm gonna copy it like this and put it here, and I'm only selecting the character mesh. Oops, I wanted to select all the guard. Now I can duplicate everything, press N, so it is easier for us, and we can put it like this. So we have two guards facing different directions, so most likely maybe even three guards, so you can't even run past them. Something like this. This will make sure that we can't cheese this, we can't run past all these guards. And I'm gonna put them like this. And what I'm not really sure is if this is enough space for these actors to walk. So let's save everything and let's add a nav mesh bounce volume. If you don't have it here, volumes is the first one. And I'm just gonna scale it to cover most of my map. Gonna press P, and it does seem that it should work. I can press play and I can see if they are walking around or not. Yeah, they're walking around. Now this has seen me. We shouldn't be able to get past them. Or maybe we could. We could, but I mean, a way to solve this was to make it look at us. But we're gonna just put a lot of enemies there like this, so we are making sure that we can't run past them. Now we need a way to I know I want this part to be like the way to the end. So I could probably, and I'm gonna delete these bounds mesh. For now, I will probably create it later. I know this is the way I want to end the game, like going through here and maybe have more enemies here that you can shoot around, right? So what I can do is start building some walls here. I'm going to modeling, select my mesh, cube grid, and then create some walls here. Wall. Only 2 could feel too claustrophobic. 3, yeah, Could be fine. We can test it. Something like this. And this is at 3. I will select this, delete it by pushing it, and then shift and making it a little bit higher. And that's too much higher. There it is. Now I can select my wall, put it like this, and then create a little ceiling with this or with this. Something like this. And check if this ceiling is enough. Let's complete it. Select mode, save it, play it, and let's see if it's enough. Yeah, and I can't even pass there. So yeah, that's great. I would need some lights. I can press L and click, and we can put some lights here. This light, I can duplicate it holding Alt and then Shift, so it can go here. Nice. This, then we can go here and we can just fill this in with the same way we have been working. Let's select the mode, let's modeling, and let's continue creating this level. Just like this. And I believe I missed by 1. Like this. We should even increase it so we know that this is the way that we want to. We don't want you to go here. Something like this. I will raise a wall here. Maybe this could be like a pier. With this here we can have some water. I can put some details. Oh, whoops. I can delete this. I don't want my player to get stuck here. That's the way. Yeah, looking cool. This part, I could block it out. Also like this. And here you just need to let your creativity flow. Nah, that one looks really weird, so I'm not gonna put that one. But I'm gonna put this one here. And here. To make it a little bit more interesting than it is. Here's another good spot to put this. So my player will need to jump this, go here, gonna put complete, gonna go to select, and I'm gonna save everything. And here I won't notice my enemy until it moves. I noticed the first one, right? But until this player moves around, then I won't be able to sneak past it. Also, the fact that that guard is there, then it will show me that, well, I have some period that we can. Oh, he sees me, but now he doesn't know where I am. Yeah, so it start teaching the mechanic that you can be seen some seconds, but not a lot, and you need to sneak past these two. Come here, get this intel. Oh, here's another one of these. I could try to jump there, but seems like it's not a good idea, so let's jump like this, and this should be a harder jump now that I modify the map. So let's keep creating our map. What we need to do next is make sure to add our goal location, and then our gun. Well, our gun will be needed in order for us to shoot everyone here and get to the goal location. So let's create the part where you get the gun. Should be something like, oh, you keep climbing higher and higher. So here I'm gonna select modeling, select, well, this mesh is already selected. I'm gonna select this one and give grid. Now I want to delete this, so I'm gonna select it and press Q. But I want to go a little bit up now and a little bit to the right, which better to do something like this, and let's put it like this maybe. Now, can my character possibly jump this? I don't know. It will be a good idea to test it. We can press play. And I won't be able to get there. No, not a chance. So let's go back to the drawing board then. Here, gonna put this until I can reach it. Let's press play. And I want to reach it without using the sprint. Now let's see if we reach it. Just barely. Yeah, just barely is good enough, but let me just make it a little bit easier. There it is. And here we should be able to see the gun on top of that. Here we will complete to save everything. Select, gonna add my gun, my rifle. You can also Ctrl P and choose rifle, type it and drag and drop it here. Also works. And it should be very clear what it is from this angle. Something like that. And if we can put a spotlight maybe like this, lights, spotlight, it will be a lot better. This spotlight, outer cone angle, there we go. And the distance should be something like this. There we are. Great. Now, with this spotlight created, it makes it look like it's a lot more important than what you think. And we need to first save everything with file and save all. or Control Shift S. Select the mesh, go back to modeling, go back to cube grid, and we'll do the same stuff that we were doing before. Oops, that's not it. And here we could have a conglomeration of patrols. And you shouldn't be able to see them just yet. So here, let's complete it. Let's save it. And I'm gonna put a lot of patrols here. Don't really care too much about their position or where they are patrolling, but the fundamental of this part is for the player to just start going wild, to know that you also stealth is a very important part, but it's not necessary. So maybe something like this. Let's compile, save it, and let's test it. So here I need to go fast so that I have to get this, I shouldn't be able to do anything with that. Oh, I see my gun, I see a lot of people. Let's run to it. And from here I can start shooting everyone. Why can't I shoot this one? There it goes. If I'm too near, I can shoot it. That's a little bug that we need to fix later, but with this, we can now... Oh, you have stealth too much. Enough. So you can just kill everyone and maybe here to the right you will be able to see the goal, and maybe from here you can also should be able to see the goal but not get there. So let's go back to the modeling tools. Well, I'm already in modeling mode. Let's select let's save everything. Let's select the mesh, select cube, and should be something like this. But could I get from here? Maybe I could. So I'm gonna put it like this. And like that. Yeah, we shouldn't be able to get from here, but we can see the goal. Maybe we could have a ship here waiting for us. And from here, I can go here, and I shouldn't be able to get there. And that I should really need to test, because maybe I can get there if I sprint and jump. Oh yes, I'm definitely able to get there. So I'm just gonna wall it. Let's select the mesh, let's cube, and gonna put some walls here. Like this. So now you really shouldn't be able to get to here. Yeah, and I'm gonna make it look a little bit nicer like this, like it's a design choice. And here I need to put, let's put complete here. Let's go back to select. Let's Control Shift S and I'm going to put here my end goal. Here's the goal. And just getting here to the end should be more than fine. So let's try it right now without the logic of the NPCs that I also need to test. I get this, I also get this. Go. Oh, I missed the jump. I missed the jump. If you want to test it faster, you can just right click to where you want to start and play from here. And there we are. And in my speed run, I missed the jump. So now, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And here, why didn't I win? Excuse me. This goes working correctly. Oh, am I setting the game mode? Yeah, it's my game mode, it's fine. Let's test it. Should be fine. Here, main character. Play. Let's get the both of these. Let's get the gun again. And it's very common that things start to malfunction. Yeah, like that bug, but playing through the game help us a lot. Here, main character, shooter game, check if all the inter is gathered. And it is. I'm pressing F11 to see what's happening here. End game and win. End game. The game ended. You win. Yeah, it works. What happened then last time? Weird. But now that I know that it works, then I can... Maybe I didn't pick up an Intel and I didn't notice. We now have a working game. We just need now to test with the AI. And here, let's add again the volume, nav mesh, and I'm gonna extend it through all the map. This could be easier if you change your viewport so you can see what your mesh is occupying. And I'm in this video not gonna get into the details of making this map look prettier. That could take a while, and now it really has gone too much time, well, more time than what I expected this, but we are getting very nice results. Let's press P to see which parts are where my enemies can move around. And I'm gonna save everything. If I press simulate, we should start seeing the enemies moving around. Yeah, let's press play then. Let's try it. Let's imagine this is a pier and we just being dropped here. We have that enemy. And that was the perfect opportunity, because here it will see me. Well, it didn't see me right then, but here it will see me. But I could sprint past it, it's fine. I'm picking up an intel, picking up this other thing, going here, jumping, getting the weapon, start shooting. But guys, maybe they could react to the noise. We could add this later to polish it. And we need to kill everyone. Oh, that guy saw me. And I lose. But if I go here, Yeah, I can't win. Oh, so close. We could start adding strats like, oh, you can jump from here. Can I make it? Yeah, I did make it. Let's be a little bit more careful. Those guys are toast. Let's run here, and now I win the game. So, with this last video, I hope that you learn something about creating a shooter game, the basics you need to keep in mind when deciding how to add new mechanics, using Blueprint to your advantage, using, well, the modeling tools to your advantage, also adding content, using the templates that Unreal already has and extending it. So we don't really are using the projector that this template gave us. We changed it to a ray trace. Oh, we learned about ray traces. So we have learned a lot of stuff, and we have made something that could later grow into a full-grown game. We just had the base laid out, which is mostly the part that takes a little bit of time. And maybe later in special videos, we can extend or make this game a little bit bigger.